in St. Pete as a reminder of old Florida. Recently, we broke ground and begun a $32 million 2.5-year project that is set to be completed by the start of the 2021 and 2020. This renovation will include a brand new cafeteria, new home ec and art rooms, along with enlarged courtyards and restoration of the historic buildings, such as its historic palm base and mosaic tiles. We also recently finished the completion of the newly renovated Stewart Field. We are the first school in Pinellas County with artificial turf that can endure heavy use with little maintenance. Overall renovations that are expected to follow are new concession stands and ticket booths, and also a brand new rubberized track. While I will not personally be here to experience these renovations, I'm excited to see what St. Pete High will become, holding on to its rich historical past in combination with its promising future.
Good morning. I am Matthew Cortez, the Executive Secretary of the Student Body of St. Petersburg High School, and I am also a junior in the International Baccalaureate program. Nelson Mandela once said that education is the most powerful tool which can be used to change the world. As students, we comprehend the significance that SPHS establishes on academics. We groom 7 National Merit semifinalists and 9 National Merit commended students. We project a graduation rate of 96%, which has increased 2 points from the previous 2 years. Our Ethics Bowl team competed at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and won 3rd place at the national competition. The Ethics Bowl team is thankful to Mr. Matthew Bloom and his department for providing aid and travel. Regionally, we have won every year except for the first year, only because we did not compete the first year. Yeah, it's a great reason. Usually the top 2 Ethics Bowl teams in our region are our top 2 teams. And junior Victor Xie and senior Camille Long won the 2019 Clearwater Bar Association and Auxiliary Great Debate. The Green Devils have won for the 9th consecutive year. The emphasis that we appreciate on education starts from our administration. We are all members of SAC, and we treasure the community and administration presence in making St. Pete High a better place. Education is the reason for which we are here, and St. Pete High is the premier sanctuary of education.
Athletics and extracurriculars are an integral part of SPHS. Beginning with our girls' volleyball team, they recently reached the regional semifinals. We are proud of these girls as they have been successful for a string of years now. Not falling short of them, though, is our girls' soccer team. Our girls made it to states last year. Prior to this year, our football team had made the playoffs for 3 consecutive years. Our basketball team made it to states for 2 consecutive years and made a solid run in the playoffs last year. We are hoping for another strong showing from them once again. The baseball team had made 2 straight regional appearances in 2017 and 2018. We recently hired a new coach and are hoping for a big year. Recently, our girls' cross-country team made it to states and came in 23rd in the state, while the boys made regionals and fell just short of states as a team. One of our male runners, though, DMA, placed 17th in the state. Finally, our swim team recently has put up multiple swimmers for states, as well as a diver, Katie McKighton. That competition will be this weekend, and we are wishing them the best. For extracurriculars, our debate team recently traveled to Strawberry Crest High School and had multiple students win awards. Our a cappella group continues to succeed and provides us with a beautiful melody whenever it is requested. Our school play, Steel Magnolias, just finished up with their shows and was a huge success. Our band recently came in first in their class at a competition held at Eastlake. And finally, our service clubs are in full swing, providing people with community service throughout the county. We are hopeful for a successful Gold Fever dance competition later in the year. In conclusion, St. Pete High is a school rich with success not only in academics, but also in our extracurricular activities and athletic departments. We will be undergoing a renovation which will drastically change the way our school functions. No matter the outcome, we hope to continue being the pride of the county and the city of whom we bear its name. We are SPHS, Scholarship, Pride, Honor, and Service. Thank you.
And we have with them their wonderful principal, Ms. Levo, if you would stand so we could recognize you. I didn't wear my shirt. Thank you all so very much.
I told you to keep it in your
You
car.
did, and I took it out when they detailed it. I'm sorry. Fabulous job. Those students had a chance to go over and visit and sit in a circle discussion with a number of your educators, co-scholars, and it was really enlightening to just hear the dialogue and conversation and see the positive things that are going on at the school, despite you trying to maneuver through construction. So thank you all so very much for all of the wonderful work you're doing. Thank you, Ms. Lebo.
Thank you for having us.
Moving on through the agenda, do we have any amendments to the agenda? Any possible changes?
I do, Madam Chair, and school board members, we placed these amendments to the agenda out on the online agenda at the end of last week, but let me update the public and to you also, and that is that we'll be looking at final approval, the second reading of the 6.1, which is the Best and Brightest Recognition Awards that this board has fully understood and worked through through a workshop, and so we're adding that to it. In addition to that, 7.7, 7.8, I'm requesting the approval of administrative appointment to the principal at High Point Elementary School, and that's Nat Mavris, and who's currently the assistant principal at Lealman Elementary School, and also the administrative appointment of the assistant principal at Bay Point Middle School, and that's Zachary Podomorski, who's currently a teacher at Dunedin High School. In addition to that, it gives me great pleasure to bring into two agenda items, 8.3 and 8.4, and that is the approval of the tentative agreement with the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, and also the approval of the tentative agreement with the Pinellas Education Support Professionals Association. That concludes my amendments.
You are so welcome. Regarding amendments to today's agenda, I find good cause to amend the agenda as follows. Agenda item 6.1 was added to hold a public hearing regarding the adoption of policy 4411, Best and Brightest Recognition Awards. Agenda item 7.7 and 7.8 were added to appoint the principal of High Point Elementary School and the assistant principal of Bay Point Middle School. Items 8.3 and 8.4 were added to approve the tentative agreements with the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association and the Pinellas Educational Support Professionals Association, and all pre-existing agenda items will be numbered accordingly following those changes. Do I have a motion as it relates to amending the agenda as so read? No motion. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Do we have any that are opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so very much. We now move on to our special order agenda, and that's the presentation of the proclamation observing National Education Support Professionals Day. Dr. Grego.
Yes, Madam Chair and school board members and to the general public, it gives me great pleasure to call upon Ms. Paula Texel, our Associate Superintendent for Human Resources, to recognize this day and as National Support Professionals. I looked at the list of job classifications. It's so numerous that I'm not going to begin to mention it because I'll leave somebody out and I'll get somebody who says you left me out, but so I will let Paula do that. No.
I'm not doing that either.
But the scope of this is great and it's unreal, and we're so really fortunate to have so many individuals. I will succumb to my attempt, but the secretaries, ESE associates, occupational physical therapists, child care, child development folks, some of the individuals we don't readily identify, family and community liaison positions. Just think of that, and I wanted to couch that so that the community thinks about all of the support people that support our schools every day, that we could not do this work without them. So it's good that we're recognizing them. Ms. Texel?
Absolutely. Well, good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. And I really am very proud to be here this morning to recognize our support employees in Pinellas County. And even though I hope we are recognizing them throughout the school year, we do have a specific day, which is November 20th, 2019, which is specifically designated as the National Educational Support Professionals Day, to recognize these employees for the work that they do each and every day to support not only our students in our schools, but all of our employees too in our schools, our teachers and and our administrators. The work that they do is outstanding, and we could not run our schools without them. So we really want to say a special thank you, especially on November 20th, as that is the designated day to recognize them. I would also like to recognize Ms. Nellie Henyas, who is our president of PESPA, along with Joanne McCall, who is our executive director of PESPA and PCTA, who are in attendance this morning for all the work that they do each and every day to support these employees out in our district. We are very proud to present this proclamation this morning honoring these employees.
Thank you, and we do have a proclamation that will be read by School Board Member Long.
National Education Support Professionals Day. Whereas public schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas education support professionals are an integral part of the education process. And whereas education support professionals provide a safe and healthy learning environment for students. And whereas education support professionals work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. Now, therefore, the school board and superintendent of Pinellas County Schools do hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 20th, 2019, as National Education Support Professionals Day.
Thank you so very much, School Board Member Long. Do we have a motion with a second regarding the proclamation? We have one second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Do we have any that are opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. And next we have a proclamation recognizing Family Engagement in Education Month. Dr. Greco?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's also very appropriate to say to our community we cannot do this work alone without the families and parents of our scholars. So Dr. Valerie Brim has been so instrumental in reaching out to this district and growing the numbers of involvement in many different fronts, not just mentors, but in many different areas with parent academies and so forth. So I'm going to ask her to present this as Family Engagement Month, the month of November.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Greco. Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Greco, and staff. I am excited that we do recognize in November the Family Engagement Education Month, a time where we do celebrate the vital roles of our parents and families, the role they play in their children's education. In our efforts to increase student achievement, we must keep in the forefront, and I think this is very crucial, that family engagement is a key instructional strategy. Schools across the Pinellas County School have developed parent engagement teams to encourage and maximize participation with family engagement opportunities for flexible times and locations throughout our district. These opportunities and variety of formats include face-to-face workshops, webinars, social media, and videos on key topics. At each event, parents learn strategies to support their students at home. They have the opportunity to practice these skills, and they are also given resources to support their students at home. The Office of Strategic Partnership provides training to school leaders, teachers, support staff, parents on effective strategies to foster communication and authentic collaboration between families and schools. Recently, we developed a focus video, tutorial video. We train parents in the community. We conduct family engagement, what we call a root analysis, to really drill down to authentic conversations with our families to find out their needs. We train school staff, and we're working with community members to help support our families. We're collaborating with Title I and facilitating family-friendly workshops because we do want our schools to be family-friendly. Dr. Greco continues to conduct parent cadre meetings across the district, and we're working more recently closely with Dr. Hines and Mrs. Hagerbrook on the new middle school project and working with middle school parents to make sure they are engaged. In conjunction with Family Engagement Month, we are going to conduct what we call to increase literacy in the homes through family engagement, elementary family storytime challenge. And what we're going to be asking is families actually video a time where they're reading a favorite book of theirs to their child and videoing that sessions for 1 to 2 minutes. And we're going to collect those videos and work closely with strategic communication and produce that out to our community to really encourage others to read to their students. So we are very grateful. We are appreciative of the district leadership with family engagement. Of course, my boss, Ms. Lori Matway, and our district coordinator, Mrs. Sheila Kane, for all this hard work that we're trying to do in our community. But my last plug is a reminder that Great American Teach-In is tomorrow. So we do want you in our schools to hear our guest speakers. And if you want, our communication department has a listing of some of our topics in our location that we can send to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and great job. And we do have School Board Member Carol Cook, who's going to read that proclamation for us, please.
Okay. A proclamation for Family Engagement in Education Month. Whereas parents and families are instrumental in helping children reach their full potential, and whereas parents and families monitor homework, participate in school events, are active members of school groups, and supportive of the work that teachers, administrators, and all school personnel. And whereas when parents and families are actively involved in their child's school, outcomes for all students improve. Whereas parents and families involved must be recognized as critical components of the education, and whereas strong partnerships between educators and families is necessary for all children to achieve success in school, become productive citizens, and contribute to their communities and society. And whereas district staff are available to provide information, resources, and training to support families and educators in making informed school choice decisions so families can be actively involved in the academic achievement and development of students. And whereas Family Engagement in Education Month is an opportunity to recognize the important relationships between families and school and the work being done through the district to ensure that we work together to build better futures for all children. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize November 2019 as Family Engagement in Education Month and encourage families and schools to create strong partnerships on behalf of our children. And with that, I move that we accept the resolution.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we accept the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Do we have any that are opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And you guys are doing a great job. I see the difference in the community from some of our communities that maybe family engagement, parental support wasn't as strong as it is now. So thank you. Great job. Appreciate you. Moving on to public comments on agenda items. Do we have any public comment?
Board
cards?
members and Dr. Grego, we have 2 speakers this morning for specific agenda items. We have Lenora Faulkner, who will speak to consent number 19, and we have Mike Gandolfo, who will speak to non-consent 3 and non-consent 4.
Thank you.
My name is Lenore Faulkner. I'm speaking for 719, completion of Building 1 and Building 5 at Pinellas Park Middle School. In 2003, my allergy doctor wrote a letter for me to retire immediately because of the toxic condition of the school, especially my classroom in Building 5. I delivered the letter to the school board office. Mary, the secretary, was kind and helped me get my years of documents from the personnel office. The school board never responded to the letter. After I left, the principal promised a new school in 2007. That year, 30 teachers put in for transfers and the entire science department. 30 teachers walked for me when I had breast cancer in 7 of my lymph nodes. I was home for 5 days without white blood cells. Our Pinellas Park School family meets twice a year for lunch. I promise to speak at school board meetings until the new Pinellas Park Middle School is 100% complete. You can calculate how many years this has been. I was extremely upset when I visited Pinellas Park teachers. They were preparing for their new school year. They were sent home early because of the mold coming out of the air ducts the day before. Our school song was Good Day Sunshine, and they sent it to me all during my cancer treatment. I visited Safety Harbor and middle school in the afternoon. It was a beautiful school with a huge artwork of Good Day Sunshine. It made me sick because they were always taking money away from Pinellas Park. They didn't have money for anything. My science department was thrilled that I left. The filthy science building and my classroom were cleaned. All evidence was removed. I have never been in a middle school where they cleaned it like that. I did not receive a retirement check from February to September of 2003. I worked for 20 years. I'm a graduate of the University of Florida with more certifications than probably anyone else. I earned $413,000, and I've been living on that ever since. I had to sell my car so I could go see my son, who's been sick at the Tampa VA for 20 years. And Congressman Jolly was kind enough to give me a ride. God bless you. God bless America.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. On behalf of the PCTA and PESPA bargaining units, I request the board members vote in favor of approval of the tentative agreements reached between PCTA and PESPA, respectively, and the district, non-consent items 8.3 and 8.4. Both agreements have been overwhelmingly approved by ratification among the two bargaining units. 99% of the educational support professionals that cast votes on the agreement negotiated by PESPA voted in favor of ratification. 94% of votes cast by the instructional staff that make up the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association bargaining unit supported ratification of their agreement. On behalf of PESPA President Nellie Henyas and Joanne McCall, the PCTA PESPA Executive Director, and myself, I would like to thank the entire district bargaining team, especially Paula Texel, Lori Dart, and Kevin Smith, for professional, respectful, and robust, you like that, huh? And robust debate that characterized our bargaining sessions. Given the constraints placed on the bargaining teams by state laws meant to disrespect veteran teachers and sabotage collaboration between districts and the unions representing employees, it is a sign of the quality of the people at the table that this agreement came to fruition. I respectfully request that this board approve the two non-consent items. Thank you.
Moving on to our unfinished business. Public hearing and authorizing the advertisement of considering creation of policy 3411 for best and brightest recognition. Dr. Grego?
Yes, I'm going to ask Ms. Dull to just brief the board and the public on this as the second reading, and this is the best and brightest, which is bringing in about approximately $9.7 million into our district for teachers, instructional staff.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grego, and community. Today I bring forward for second reading policies 3411 and policy 4411, Best and Brightest Recognition Awards. We brought these to workshop on September 17th and first reading publicly on September 24th. During the 2019 legislative session, Senate Bill 770, which is part of, addresses Florida statute that is most commonly known as the Florida Best and Brightest Teacher Program. In this, it stated that each district had to create policies about how the money would be distributed, and so that's what these policies address. Our district bargaining team worked with the PCTA and PESPA to address what these policies would do for equitable distribution to their membership for instructional staff. And with that, I bring forward for public hearing and second reading.
Do we have any questions by board members?
There are no speakers for this public hearing.
Okay. Any questions by any board members?
Can I,
Do we, yes, yes. Oh,
if there's no questions,
Oh.
I would like
I
to
didn't see
also
Mike.
add my thanks to the PCTA and PESPA for their approach at this. And this is something that, as Mr. Gandolfo mentioned, is being given or provided to the districts, not necessarily the way that perhaps we would orchestrate it, but it is here. And I very much want to say thank you for the collaboration of providing these resources that are here to our teachers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion with a second?
Make a motion. Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we move forward with item number 3411 as it relates to the Best and Brightest Recognition Awards, which provides that additional financial remuneration. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we have any that are opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so
Thank you,
very
Ms.
much.
Dell.
Moving forward to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion? It's been motion and second to approve our consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. Moving on to our non-consent agenda items. 8.1, to request approval of a 15-year charter renewal for Pinellas Primary Academy Charter School. Dr. Grego?
Yes, Mr. Rigwell?
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
This item was presented at the workshop on October 15th. This is a request for Pinellas Primary Charter School for a 15-year modification to their charter agreement with the school district. I'll just review some of the background of the school. The Pinellas Primary Academy is located on Belcher and Omerton behind the McDonald's and the CVS. They've been there since August of 2011. The request we received from the school, we received the high performance request in September. They did receive their high performing approval from the Florida Board of Education in 2017. And so with the high performing definition, I'll explain that a little bit, is the school receives at least an A grade for 2 years and then no grade below a B from the previous 3 years. In addition, that they have no concerns with their audits that are submitted to the district. The school then is entitled to a number of provisions. One of the provisions is the request for the 15-year modification. In addition, they would receive a 2% withholding. We withhold for administrative fees, normally 5%. They receive a 2%. And additionally, they can submit their monthly statements quarterly to the district.
Do we have any questions or concerns related to the request to approve a 15-year contract? All right. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion with a second to approve the 15-year charter renewal for Pinellas Primary Academy Charter School. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we have any that are opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rigwell.
8.2, request approval of the ground lease agreement with Duke Energy. Dr. Grego? I do believe we have some Duke Energy people here.
They are, and this is a really exciting project. I'm going to ask Mr. Herbeck to fully explain it to the board and to the public, as you know, you've had this material for a while, but it's an exciting project at Johns Hopkins.
Thank you, Dr. Grego. Madam Chair, board members, and staff. First of all, I'd like to recognize and say thank you to two representatives from Duke Energy that are with us today, Jeff Baker and Adam Nygaard. You gentlemen stand
up.
and be recognized. And again, thank you again to those two gentlemen and to Duke Energy. They came to us several months ago with a proposition to install a microgrid on the campus of John Hopkins Middle School. And we jumped at the opportunity to do that because it helps so many people, not only the neighborhood that I'll talk about in a couple of seconds, but also ourselves as a school district and Pinellas County as well. We picked John Hopkins Middle School as a location for the microgrid, both because it has space and because of the fact that John Hopkins serves as a special needs storm shelter in the case of any type of storm or other type of emergency situation. When we go back and talk about a microgrid, before I met Adam, and I've known Jeff for a while, but before I met Adam, I didn't know what a microgrid was. But basically, it's an energy storage solution that can reroute energy from that, and essentially it's a battery system. They can put energy back into the grid in the case of the neighborhood outage. It can put energy back into the school in case if there's a grid outage and we're in session. And it can also put energy into the storm shelter in case we have in case this shelter is active and we lose power during a storm. So all of those three things are absolutely necessary for us to be able to operate a shelter, a school, and also, again, it benefits the neighborhood in that sense as well, because it actually, again, can help people, and I don't know exactly the proximity to the school, but it does help homeowners in the near vicinity to the school. One other thing that we talked about, and I know that they will be exploring, is the how much we can put photovoltaic or otherwise solar panels on the school property to help recharge those batteries. Otherwise, the batteries are only going to be recharged from energy coming off the grid. One of the options that we're looking at, and I know that they're going to explore, and we'll see how far that exploration can go, is to actually put solar panels over the parking lot. Provides not only shade to the cars, but also they can be used to some extent to restore the power into those batteries. So again, it's a very exciting project. Again, it helps both the neighborhood, it helps Pinellas County, because otherwise they'd have to spend money to put a generator in at John Hopkins Middle School. This project actually comes at no cost to the county and to us, and so Pinellas County can use Penny for Pinellas funds to go ahead and spend it in other needs throughout the county. And obviously it benefits us as well by providing the school with backup power, not only when it's used as a shelter, but during a normal course of the day as well.
I have a light from Mr. Dudley.
Mr. Herbeck, what is the difference between that and what is at Sexton Elementary School? Is there solar panels there? And what is?
In Sexton and several other of our elementary schools, and I know we have them at some of our middle schools as well. I know Tyrone was the most recent one, that we basically have educational solar panel arrays in place. They supply a small amount of power, but they're mostly used as an educational piece for our science classes and STEM classes and STEM clubs and others to really see the effects of how solar panel can benefit both schools in the neighborhood. This is in a much bigger array, this microgrid, and I wouldn't be able to explain how much power this is because I'm not sure, but it will supply 5 megawatts of power, which is an incredible amount of power.
Thank you.
Since we do have the Duke Energy representatives here, I did not know if my colleagues would allow for Mr. Baker or his guest to say a few words, if you desire. No? Camera shy. All right.
That means Mr. Herbert did a good job.
Exactly. But thank you so very much. Working around the power grid in South St. Petersburg at times has been challenging. I know that Duke Energy has really put forth a concerted effort to try to upgrade some of the all of the poles that are along that way. You've partnered with the municipality for undergrounding of wires, which really helps during storms, so you don't have to worry about wires going down, which helps with power outage. You've changed some of the boxes on top. They're smaller but much more effective and efficient. And so that's really helping when there are major power outages in South St. Petersburg, because I know when we had the last hurricane, some of the linesmen that came from out of town, it's kind of difficult to kind of see what poles fed which community. And so this way, this will be an additional service that can be provided to kind of get some people back on sooner. So thank you so very much for that. I worked for a brief stint at Duke Energy, so I did learn about photovoltaic power usages and other things. So I think it's really wonderful, and thank you for partnering. And hopefully this won't be the only project. Maybe we can have something North County, far North County, East Lake area, or something of that nature that can do the same. So thank you so very much for being here, and thank you for your partnership. Do we have a motion with a second as it relates to the ground lease agreement with Duke Energy? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion with a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all again. Request approval of the tentative agreement with the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association. Dr. Grego and Ms. Paula Texel.
Paula Texel. Board members, if I may, I'd like to make some overall comments about the next few items. And I'm very proud and happy that we are ratifying and have been it was ratified 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4 and 8.5. So if I may, I'd just like to say a lot of times we don't thank the board in terms of what they've done over the years. Paul will go into some of the details of this particular agreement. But I also want to remind the board and the public, in the last 7 years, instructionally, we have provided approximately a 31% salary increase. That's benefits. That's some of the work that you've done that people don't fully understand, that when we went through the process of becoming self-insured, has saved some of the cost from our employees and also from this district. But a 23% increase just in salary of instruction. This board on the instructional support has been over that 20, just under 23, because 1 year, if you remember a few years ago, we actually provided some of our lowest paid more resources for that. Today we're going to provide an equal amount across the board. I too want to also share the notion of pushing teacher salaries, not only the starting teacher salaries, and I'm happy to announce that our starting teacher salary is at $45,000 upon approval of today's agenda item. But I do want to publicly say I value all teachers. I value their experience, and we need to continue to push the envelope, and we'll commit, and I've committed to Mr. Gandolfo and others that during this session we're going to work so that we can fairly and equitably increase teacher salaries across the board. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about starting teacher salaries, and that's a good recruitment tool, but we also need to honor those teachers who have been with us and are loyal with us. We are looking at, and you just approved earlier, the rollout of $9.7 million in Best and Brightest. We're going to work this session to see if we can do a little bit better job of using those dollars to reoccurring benefits to teachers and hard salary to teachers, so it goes into their pension and it goes into reoccurring salary increases. But I don't want to lose sight that this board has been instrumental at the times that the economics have not been very, very healthy, and sometimes we get 1% of or 1 or 2% increase with the state, and yet we find a way and we continue to stretch those dollars and become good stewards. When we started this journey together, our starting teacher salary was at $37,000. It's at $45,000 after your approval, and we need to continue this process, as I mentioned, with all other years of experience. We ought to not stop this. Our teachers deserve a $50,000+ starting teacher salary. So I'm very pleased of what we're doing today and what we're presenting today. If you take a look at the whole package, if you take a look at the Best and Brightest, which we'll try to roll into salaries next year, but this year is this year, and I'm very pleased that many of our teachers will between Best and Brightest and the package that we're bringing for your approval today, will be between a 5.6 and a 6.9% salary increase, depending upon where they fall in Best and Brightest. I also want to make a comment in terms of some of the key performance indicators. I think salary, it should be very tied to, in addition to working conditions, but today the conversation centered around our contract with salaries. As we look, and we're members of the Council of Great City Schools, it very much pleases me as one of the key performance indicators is the separation rate of employees, and namely teachers. Of the 78 school districts, of the large urban school districts across the United States, we're in the top quartile or top 10% of teacher separation with a 6.6% And this includes retirements, resignations, or terminations versus the whole. And when we take a look at all of our employees, it's 7.7. Or if we take a look at our support employees, it's 7.3. We are in the top tier of all major large urban school districts. It still can get better. Part of that obviously is the retirements of individuals. Everyone should enjoy retirement if they've worked long. So it's never going to get zero. It becomes zero, but it will continue. I want you to know that there are districts with double digits and 14, 15, 16, 18%, and we're not there, and we need to keep it that way. We need to continue to work with our bargaining groups so that our working conditions and salaries want people to continue in this wonderful profession. So I say those comments to say thank you, because this is more or less not just one vote, but it's a journey in terms of what we started in 2012-13, where we chose and we were very purposeful of increasing teacher salaries, support salaries. And I want to say to all of the leaders, and like before, I'll miss some, and I apologize, but Mike Gandolfo with PCTA and Nellie Henyas with the PESPA, and Joey Brenner, or also Rebecca Dean, who I believe is here, who's president of SEIU, and Joanne McCall, who is the first year as an executive director here. I think this bargaining, I echo what Mr. Gandolfo said, went very, very well, and I look forward to even better years ahead with more resources also from the state. But I too want to publicly say thank you to Paula Texel, Lori Dart, Kevin Smith, Dave Richmond, Barry Brown, our principal representative, Lou Soretto, Mike Feeney, and Dwayne Hines, who also sat on this bargaining team that worked with these individuals. So thank you to our representatives here, and thank you to this board for your consideration of today's vote. Ms. Texel?
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. And I do want to echo my sincere thanks to all of the people who Dr. Grego just mentioned, who worked very hard on this process this year. And it is a team effort, and I'm the lucky one that gets to bring the information to you this morning. So again, I'm here to request approval of the tentative agreements with PCTA, PESPA, SEIU, as well as the salary increases for our administrators, our professional technical supervisory, and our non-representative support staff. So the first item being presented is the request for the approval of the tentative for the agreement with the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, PCTA. This bargaining session mainly focused on salaries, as we just had a full book review last year for our language. Again, I know we've had lots of thanks this morning, but I personally want to thank Mr. Gandolfo and Ms. McCall for their work on this process. As mentioned, the total average compensation for this package for PCTA is 3.62%, with that average salary increase of 3.25%. The group also agreed to continue to fund an increase in our supplemental pay positions, and those are, for example, coaches, our athletic coaches, other club sponsors at the school level, and we were able to put aside over $350,000 for this increase this coming school year. PCTA requested, and the district fully supported, to provide bonuses to our pre-K and our adult ed instructional staff who are excluded from the recognition bonuses payable under the state's Best and Brightest program. This means that pre-K and adult ed instructional staff will receive the amount that will be provided to the other instructional staff members for that recognition part. And that amount has yet to be determined, and we are going to be communicating that with both of these groups later today or tomorrow, but we will be able to determine that amount, and we will get that out as soon as we have that. And as Dr. Grego mentioned, we are also very happy to report that our beginning teacher salary is now at $45,000, which includes $4,724 provided to all teachers through our referendum funds. And I just can't let this go by without thanking our community for that support and recognizing what I think is the most important profession out there, which is teaching. And our goal is to continue to lead the neighboring districts in our beginning salaries, which our teachers so much deserve. And of course, it helps us out with our recruitment processes, so we thank them for that. In regards to healthcare, I want to say a thank you to our Employee Wellbeing and Satisfaction Committee. That's a separate committee that meets multiple times to review our healthcare processes. We did have a modest increase in healthcare costs this year, which was split equally between the board and employees. This means that our employees will see a slight increase in their healthcare depending on their plan and their coverage. In an effort, though, to minimize those cost increases for our employees, the committee reviewed and recommended that all maintenance drugs be purchased through CVS, and employees may fill most 3-month prescription prescriptions for the cost of 2 copays at CVS. In addition to the salary and health care, there were a few other items agreed upon, including the number of sick days that employees may use for personal reasons increased from 4 to 5. And we had modest language changes recognizing how both parties work together to monitor staffing targets for non-core classes, as well as implementing some various PD initiatives at our Elissa Nelson Elementary School. As Mr. Gandolfo mentioned, I believe earlier, this did pass with 94% voting in agreement. And all increases, I just want to mention, because I know we have 3 other agenda items, all increases approved today are retroactive to July 1st. And if approved today, employees will be receiving their raises and retro checks either at the end of November or the very beginning of December, depending on their pay dates. So on behalf of the superintendent's staff, we are recommending you approve this agreement with PCTA. And I know Mr. Gandolfo already spoke earlier, so I was going to give him an opportunity, but I believe he already spoke. So we recommend that you approve this agreement.
Mr. Gandolfo, did you want to provide some additional comments? Okay. All right. Mr. Dudley, I see your light is on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
My question is on the, so I look at the salary schedule from year 12 until year 34 and beyond, I guess. Am I reading that correct? It's 2,161 annually increase, is that correct?
That includes the referendum money.
Thank you. I don't have that with me right now.
It's the chart that we have that's been attached.
The chart that is
I don't know if
attached.
they have a time to maybe put it up so you can see it, but it's the backup chart that was provided to us
That includes the
sample teacher
referendum.
salary schedule. Yes.
Are you looking grandfather?
Yes.
That includes the increase in referendum, Mr. Dudley, so that the referendum went up by $536, so that is the total of the increase, which I think, Mike, was $1,650? $1,625 plus $536 is the $2,000 figure you've referred to.
Okay, so then that is accurate.
That's correct.
Okay. And the only other question I had when you talked about the health insurance, and I understand that depending upon the plan that you're on, and you said there's a slight increase. What's kind of the bottom slide?
2 to 4.
To the top slide?
In between $2 to $4
Oh,
per
$2
pay
to $4.
period. Right.
Oh,
Per pay period.
I'm
right.
thinking, the argument you always
When
get,
I-
well, I got a raise for 2,000, but it's an increase of 4.
Yeah, slight.
Okay.
Actually, it
So
was
thank you.
That is
between
tiny.
2 and
All
5.
right.
2 and 5. I'm so
$5
sorry.
is the most
Okay,
expensive
well,
family panel plan.
Yes.
We won't quibble over $1.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly, because that makes all the difference. Yeah.
Well,
We'll just take it
I
out of
want
his
to
pay.
thank you. I know it's tough. Having been on that other side as a teacher, and I remember, all the angst that everybody has, and after I've, been in this position, I really do understand. And in a perfect world, we'd be gobs of money, and I think the thing that I'm most impressed with is the fact that we started at 37 under your tenure and we're now at 45. So we've gained an $8,000, and next year if the governor gets his thing through, it's going to be another jump and for beginning teachers. And keep your fingers crossed, folks, and all those of you out there need to write your legislators, contact them, and tell them to jump on board and support the governor's initiative on 47.5. That would be terrific. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the information that you provided. And one of the things that I always focus on is just if we have any increase or change in our pharmaceutical plan, especially for those individuals that have extenuating illness concerns. So that's really the part I was focusing on, as well as the increase in salary. So I do want to thank all of the parties involved that really helped move the needle. I'm also excited because there's been a lot about the Fight for 15, of course, but this will, if my math is correct, for those beginning teachers, will put them starting at $20.83 an hour, which is above that Fight for 15. Still, maybe not where some of our municipalities say you need to be in order to afford a livable apartment or a home in this area, but certainly I think very, very good salary for starting. The last thing that I want to say is I have to echo Councilmember Dudley as it relates to calling, writing, emailing our legislators regarding the governor's desire to increase teachers' pay that hasn't passed in legislation. But what I also want you to do, if you can, is to say to them to make sure that that increase is perpetual in the budget. Because if they increase that, but then they don't give us the dollars to maintain that, then, you know, we're going to be trying to figure out how we can keep that amount in check. So that would just be my only other addition is, yes, by all means, let's support them. Let's get behind it. I'm excited that teacher salaries support professional salaries, and their environment, their work environment has been on the table, but I just want to make sure that they're giving us those long-term dollars to be able to keep that going and keep it moving and keep it growing. And Dr. Grego, my final thing is I also agree wholeheartedly that everything that we've been doing, we've been looking at the starting teacher salary, but we've also been looking at that middle and then those that have been in the profession for a much longer period of time, and how we can show them that appreciation as well when it comes to increasing their salary. So I'm very grateful for all the work that went into this, and I hope that we will be able to pass this, and it will be a lovely Christmas gift and a smile on a lot of people's faces. Whether it's at the end of November or the 1st of December, it'll be before the holidays, and that'll be a really nice gift, I think, for our staff. Yeah, Dr. Carr?
And I just want to clarify
Your lights.
the,
Okay, they did it for you.
they did it for me
Yeah.
now. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify with the new starting salary, what would the hourly rate be, Mr. Smith?
$30.30 an hour.
Okay, and then I also wanted to acknowledge and give thanks to the consideration given to factoring in the size of the non-core classes. We have a lot of conversation about class size and how it contributes to climate. So I hope we'll continue to move in that direction and address and meet those needs. And additionally, the element within the teacher evaluation, Article 31. So I appreciate the specificity given to that, and I hope we can continue to move in the direction of only utilizing the elements that are required by the legislature, and not having any additional pieces in there that maybe don't need to be particularly related to student performance. So I hope we'll continue to move in that direction, and maybe we can continue to get more information on how that could potentially be investigated further, so we make sure we're not going beyond what's required to link a teacher's performance with a single day's test. So I appreciate the work that's been done for the teachers, because we know it's more than salary that affects climate. Although it is foundational, we can't pay the rent, then we don't want to be in the profession. But those elements of how big the class is and how our administrators teach and supervise and evaluate our teachers really affect climate in monumental ways. So I hope we'll continue to pursue that in a robust manner.
Are there any other comments from any school board members? Do we have a motion with a second to approve or to ratify the contract? We have a motion from Ms. Long. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so very much. Moving on to the next.
All right, our second agenda item that is being presented is to request the approval of the tentative agreement with the Pinellas Educational Support Professionals Association, PESPA. And once again, thanks to Nellie Henyas as well as Joanne McCall for their work on this collaboration for PESPA. The average total compensation package again is 3.26%. Let me change that, 3.62%. And the salary increase for all members is 3.25%. So all employees will see the 3.25% increase. In addition to the salary and the health care updates that were mentioned before, there were a few other items that were agreed upon, including an increase was made to the associates who ride the bus, increasing their daily rate from $7 to $7.50. We also agreed to increase the amount given to our employees who receive our Certificate of Distinction 1 and 2. And so if they have received a Certificate of Distinction 1, that increase will go from $250 to $275 annually. And the Certificate of Distinction 2 will increase from $275 to $300 annually. And language was also added to provide recruitment and retention and performance bonuses to specific support staff members who have direct classroom instruction ties in our Tier 3 and Tier 4 schools. So those identified employees will be receiving a recruitment retention, a dollar amount this year, and as well, if their grades increase this year at their school, they will be eligible for the performance pay that is paid out the following year on that. And we're happy to be able to recognize those employees who work directly with our students in those schools. This agreement was passed with 99% voting in agreement. So again, we recommend approval of this agreement this morning.
Yes, I just wanted to say that this is a group of individuals that truly need the extra pay. They are dedicated. As a teacher, I could not have made it without my assistant or even cafeteria. They kept the kids nice and fed, and just everyone. It takes everyone in the school to help a child. So this is a wonderful increase for these employees who truly deserve it. Thank you.
By the tentative agreement. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Do we have any that are opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Next, we have the request approval of negotiated agreement with SEIU.
Okay, our next agenda item is the request, the approval of SEIU, Florida Public Services Union. And I know he's not here this morning, but I wanted to thank Joey Brenner for his work on this. Also wanted to recognize Rebecca Dean, as well as Talmadge Andrews, who is an integral part of the bargaining season this year. And similar to PESPA, the average total compensation package is 3.62% with a salary increase of 3.25%. In addition to the salary and health care items that were mentioned earlier, the SEIU members who also earn their Certificate of Distinction 1 and Certificate of Distinction 2 will also receive the increases that were mentioned earlier. And this agreement was passed with 93% voting in favor. So very happy to see all three of our groups, over 90% of agreement with all three groups this year. So on behalf of the staff, we are highly recommending that you approve this agreement with SEIU.
Thank you very much. Any comments by board members? Great job. Great job. Thank you so much to SEIU and our bus drivers.
Yes.
Approval. We have a motion with a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And 8.6, requesting approval of the salary increases for administration, professionals, technical, person supervisory, and non-represented supports. All others.
All of them. That's our final agenda being presented this morning for your approval. And wanted to clarify that exempt employees classified as administrative and PTS will receive an average salary increase of 3.25. Our support staff who are excluded from their bargaining groups due to their classifications as confidential will receive a salary increase of that 3.25%. And again, the board is contributing the same in healthcare and FRS, as mentioned earlier. Again, average compensation is 3.62%. One other in this, or a couple of added in pieces of information for this group, we have increased the daily rate of pay for our long-term substitutes to an additional $40 per day. Currently, our long-term substitutes receive $30 additional per day. We all know the importance of our substitute workforce and the role that they play, especially when our teachers need to be out for various reasons, but even more so when our teachers need to be out for extended periods of time. And these individuals who we strive to be in front of our students, giving the best education possible, have further requirements. We look for certified teachers and so forth. So we want to recognize those individuals for the requirements and the expectations that are upon them when they are serving long-term positions, which are 16 or more days in a classroom. And so we want to be able to make sure we are still able to fill those positions with the most highly qualified people possible. So we have implemented that, as well as I wanted to follow up on the work that we did last year in relation to our hourly teachers. Last year, we increased their hourly rate by $1, and it was planned that we would increase it again this year, so we have gone ahead and done that. Which has resulted now in our hourly teachers receiving $22 per hour, and we look to continue that in the next couple of years to keep increasing those hourly teacher rates, because those teachers also provide a big service to our students in our classrooms across the district. So on behalf of the staff, we also recommend approval of this agreement.
And I just wanted to add, I believe by us bringing our own healthcare piece in-house has really helped us save a lot of money as well when it comes to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, becoming self-insured has helped us save a lot of money, so. Do we have a motion with a second?
Second.
Move approval.
Move approval and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Do we have any that are opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Ms. Flowers, may I add one more thing? We have
Yes.
one final group that we are continuing to bargain with. I just wanted to bring the board up to date on that. We continue to bargain with our Fraternal Order of Police, which of course represents our police force. And for the members of that bargaining group, we hope to have a recommendation fairly soon to you, and hopefully at our next board meeting, we will be able to bring that to you for your approval.
If we get it by the next board meeting, would they also be in line to have that enumeration before
We
the
are going to do our very
holidays?
best to make that happen. It is a smaller group, so we have a little bit more flexibility in how we get that out to them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Quite a bit, quite a bit.
That's a lot. Thank you, board
Quite a bit.
members, for all of those. And thank you to all the folks we've said thank you to.
Yeah, thank you to everybody, to
It's
everybody.
been a lot of work.
Moving on to our new business items, items introduced by the superintendent.
Yes, Madam Chair and school board members, I have a few items I want to talk about and really hail. Thank you very much for showing that video this morning about the our STEM education program. And I was interviewed earlier today and talk about the emphasis of STEM and why it's so important. And one of the reasons that we sometimes don't talk about it is that we need to mention that it is the application of mathematics and science and engineering principles that kind of come to life. And with that, Eastlake High School was named from Newsweek one of the top STEM programs in the country. And so, you know, we are making our imprint not just with the women who were able to visit here from throughout the world, but we are truly making our input in terms of what Laura Spence and many others, Mark Hunt and many people both in and out of our career technical education work, and also in partnership with our Pinellas Education Foundation and with our academies of distinction and so forth that are really growing some of these programs. So thank you for that recognition today, and congratulations to Eastlake High School. I also want to say it's very timely that we are announcing the Support Employee of the Year semifinalist, and that was announced, as we announced that, it's the day that we announced the National Education Support Professional Day, but there were 135 nominees, and so later this month we'll narrow that down to 5 finalists in each of those categories, and then as you know, on January 10th at Feather Sound, it's been fairly typical that we go over and we celebrate all of the support employees of the year in all of their categories and name one that we'll push and put on to the state finalists. And as you know, we've been very successful in the past winning a state finalist for support employees in all categories. In addition, right at this time that we're speaking, teachers are being surprised throughout, at least 10 teachers are being surprised throughout the district for the Teacher of the Year finalists, so what we call the drop-in surprises. And again, in partnership with our communications department and Pinellas Education Foundation, we are surprising our Teacher of the Year, the 10 finalists, and literally, as I'm speaking today, we're doing that. So you'll see those videos, as you know, those famous videos where teachers are surprised and people coming into their classrooms and so forth. And it's not too soon to remind you, January 29th at the Mahaffey Theater will be the huge celebration celebrating our teachers. I heard that some of you remarked about our new website that has been launched this week, a little fresh look, and so I encourage people to go onto it. It's easy to navigate. I think after 7 years, when we reconstructed the initial one, it served us well, but we also are improving upon it, so I encourage folks to go onto that. And then the last item, well, second to last item I have, is I too want to join Dr. Valerie Brim and everyone else to say thank you in advance for going into the Great American Teach-In tomorrow and going into schools. It is that one day of the year that we are able to see family members, business people come in and see what we do as much as us see what they do. They get to learn a little bit about us and we get to learn a little bit about them, and it's that 1 year that I really do love, because it shares our environment, it shares our schools with so many people throughout the community. Thank you for the organization of that. I'm going to ask that Bob Poth and Pat Wright make a couple of comments, as you know, and I know we have FAST members here, and this conversation has come up multiple times, but I do want to go on record and make some comments that I would encourage us all of us, cities, municipalities, organizations, to really dive into and kind of understand what restorative practices is, because I've heard so many misconceptions of what restorative practices is that it's beyond conception myself. Some people call it a behavior plan. It's not. And some people call it at the end to out-of-school suspensions, which it's not. And so we really need to, I encourage, whether it's a FAST organization or anyone else interested in improving our school district, is to first become well informed of what we're doing. One of the key components, and I hail these two individuals that are going to speak in a second, is that as a larger committee, we decided in a large urban school district to train some near 200 restorative practices in-house trainers. We could go two different ways on these trainers, right? We could contract out with a lot of money, and which would evidently be which really would be a waste of money, tax dollars, as we just finished being good stewards of tax dollars. Why would we employ other people who don't live with us, who don't live in this area, to serve as consultants when we have the same exact certification that IRP provides the people we would be calling? The other aspect that these folks looked at is that when you contract out with an outside consultant, is that these folks are only acceptable or accessible on their time and their dime, so to speak. And they make them only accessible for the administrators at the school. We consciously wanted, as this scale-up program, we consciously wanted our 200 plus every site to have a trained IRP restorative practices, so that at any time, day or night, our faculty and anyone else would be able to access these individuals for guidance. This is the same exact certification. So one might wonder, why would an organization want us to waste dollars when we have that growth and that sustainability right in-house? One would wonder, why would we want to throw those dollars outside of our district rather than invest in our own people? In many cases, when the restorative practices go that route, they lose the sustainability of that because nobody in-house, nobody in our district is trained. The other myth I hear is that we don't train everyone, which couldn't be anything further from the truth. Received an email saying you ought to train bus drivers, the food lunchroom service workers. Well, if people got more involved with what we're doing, we have trained over 6,000 staff members, including instructional staff, food and nutrition staff, bus drivers, all principals, all administrators, all assistant teachers, and so forth. This is an ongoing process. You could never just do it in one shot. Ironically, in the Council of Great City Schools was held in Jefferson County a few weeks ago, and I had some discussions, as has Janetta Hagelbrook, who is our head person, because who is leading the way of restorative practices in Pinellas County. And by the way, IRP feels that our implementation is a model for the nation, so much so that we're still featured on their How to Do It Best, and go to Pinellas County. So if you go to their website, our district and our implementation is on their front link. So we are getting it right. We are doing it. It's this challenging work. We're a large urban school district that has taken on a lot, and we're going to continue to do really well. But one of the things that Janetta shared with and I even had some discussions in Louisville, is that they are now seeking to come and visit us and to come and visit Pinellas County School District. Why? Because of our successful scale-up project. We're working alongside with the PCTA. We're working alongside of any other organization that wants to work with us to improve our school district. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Wright and to Mr. Poth, but one of the things I want to say as a superintendent is that I deal with a lot of organizations, a lot of people who really want to assist. My biggest plug is to be sincere about the work, and because these are children that we have in mind, and I take this work very, very seriously. So if you want to help us, help us. If you want to become more informed, and learn what it is. We have quarterly community meetings in our district that any organization can talk to Ms. Wright if they want a seat at there, so that they can bring that information back to their organizations. Once they do that, their organizations can become better informed. I encourage that work. I encourage it, because what it's going to do is it's going to move us all further, faster. And as I say many times, you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. And I encourage all people in our school district, in our school district community, to work together, and so that we are learning and understanding and educating ourselves, rather than just being critics of something that we're ill-informed about. So, Ms. Wright and Mr. Poth.
Thank you, Dr. Grego. Good morning, Board Chair and Board members and Dr. Grego. And while you said it well, we want to take a moment to punctuate some of the salient points of restorative practices. And so we welcome the opportunity to speak about what is arguably one of the largest and most impactful initiatives of our district. We are dedicated to the work of implementing restorative practices in the district. While many people have heard the term restorative practices, I would venture to say that not all have a full understanding thereof. And to that end, Mr. Poth and I would like to take a few minutes just to talk about to dispel some misconceptions that might be lingering about. Firstly, restorative practices is not our discipline plan. It is a process by which we are using to impact culture and climate to prevent students from becoming a part of the disciplinary process. It is the process used to build relationships, to create a climate wherein students feel that they belong. It is fostering an environment wherein students feel free to talk about the things that are happening. They can share in a place that everybody is given a voice, and provides an opportunity to sift through what is occurring and try to make better decisions going forward. It is not a panacea, and I repeat, it is not a replacement for our discipline plan. It is not restorative justice, as it is sometimes referred to, because restorative justice deals with the event that happens after the fact. It is restorative practices. It is a preventative measure. I cannot stress enough that restorative practices does not mean the absence of disciplinary consequences. It seeks to create an environment where positive restorative conversations can be held or positive relations can be generated. We are engaged, and we chose to be engaged in restorative practices because it promotes a climate that is conducive to academic achievement. If a student and a teacher feel safe in a safe environment, if scholars feel that there's a sense of belonging and that they are part of the school, the ground for academic success is being fertilized right there. Scholars won't seek to elope from an environment that's welcoming. Correspondingly, More time in class means more time on task. Over the weeks and months that have gone by, there have been several speakers that have come to the board expressing both their support for our implementation process, but also encouraging us to look beyond our current model. Once again, I'd ask you to give us a moment to allow us to dispel some of those misconceptions. Misconception number one that might have been stated or says that Pinellas County is not aware of or embracing the concept of safer, saner schools. That's a total misconception. Safer, saner schools build stronger relationships between students and staff to create a more positive school environment. The tenets of safer, saner schools is what we have predicated the work of our district relative to restorative practices. According to the IIRP, which is the International Institute of Restorative Practices, our RP implementation model is not viewed as separate from the Safer, Saner Schools program. And let me quote what they said. It is not our intention to implement in a less than effective manner with our partners in Pinellas County School District. Instead, our whole school approach targets leadership teams to soundly buy in, model, and support their staff in full-scale implementation with fidelity. Some districts and schools commit to our 2-year Safer Saner Schools implementation model, depending upon their resources and needs, yet we have also seen districts that are successful in customizing implementation with strategic planning and support from IIRP, which Pinellas County Schools have embraced. We have been in constant consultation with IIRP, and our implementation scientific process is intact. In fact, as Dr. Greco has alluded to, if you go to the IIRP website and you click on Safer and Saner Schools, you will find the Pinellas County Schools video there as an exemplar. Mr. Pope?
Good morning. To continue on this, the first thing before I start, I do want to recognize that the International Institute for Restorative Practices has been an outstanding partner with us in guiding us in this work. We also have another partner, and that's the Pinellas County Teachers Association, Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, and the Human and Civil Rights Committee. And I know Mr. Gandolfo has sat in those meetings several times. But I do want to recognize them that this is not a district leadership initiative moving on itself, but it is also being driven and led by some great classroom teachers as well. But there's another misconception that has come up the last several board meetings by speakers here, and that is we're not implementing formal conferencing, so as a result, it is not to a restorative practice model. And that is a misconception. Pinellas County is following a scientific implementation model that has been developed closely with IIRP. IIRP uses restorative practices guide. There's a service guide that they provided us that we are following with fidelity, that has an implementation plan on where we should be at each stage. And I assure you, all our conferences with IIRP, we are going through that services guide and ranking ourselves. And at this time, restorative conferencing would not have been an approach that we would have taken up to this point. That's not to say that it will not happen, but we've been working as partners with IIRP to assure we are intentional in following this guide. The reality is, according to this model, restorative conferencing should not have been implemented at the stage we are currently at. We are currently, our next phase in rollout, which we're developing now with IIRP, again, does include restorative conferencing as an element. We are currently utilizing strategies from our 2-day training that includes the use of restorative practices and circles. We currently utilize conferencing as part of our reintegration plan for any school that has been excluded from class, either in school suspension or out of school suspension. However, it's not utilized as a formal conference at this time. Again, we are not opposed to restorative practices formal conferencing. As we look at our implementation timeline, we have been in conversation with IIRP as to when the appropriate time to add this layer of support at our deliberate and intentional implementation. We have also been in communication with Jefferson County Schools, as Dr. Grego mentioned, and it's been referred previously in speakers up here many times. The leadership that oversees that implementation of restorative practices in their district has already requested a visit to our school. They have been charged with the same thing that we have embraced, and that is a total district implementation model. They have 172 schools in Jefferson County, and the implementation phases they're on now touches 40 of them, and adding 10 per year. So you can just do the math and see how long that would take. So they're very interested in how we are moving this out to touch every child in every school with restorative practices. It is apparent from listening to previous speakers that there is a misunderstanding of formal conferencing, and it may have misrepresented or lack substance on what role the formal conferencing plays in restorative practices and when it should be incorporated and implemented in the plan. As Dr. Grego also mentioned, restorative practices is not our discipline plan in the district, nor is it in Jefferson County. They have the exact same model we do. It's an MTSS approach with positive behavior intervention system at its core, and restorative practices focus on the culture and inclusiveness of making sure that their students are included in and serviced in the school. But PBIS is their model. We work closely, by the way, with PBIS has been in our district for 10 years. We have a regional partner. It's a national model at USF that meets with us regularly to assure that our implementation of PBIS is with fidelity. I just want to share some data on how that is working. We've been implementing it for 10 years. Just the last 5 years, our referrals in Pinellas County has dropped 41.7%. Our in-school suspensions have dropped 34.5%. And our out-of-school suspensions, our most exclusionary practice that we have, has dropped 47.9% the last 5 years. And that's through PBIS and with restorative practices in creating a culture where students stay out of that discipline system before they get into it. So with that, we are heartened that our community cares about what we're doing with restorative practices, and we embrace that. We firmly believe that our community will be very proud of the efforts that we make, and if they follow our implementation model, I think there are great things that they will see, not only right now, but in the future as we continue the implementation phase with practices.
So, Madam Chair, I wanted to provide that clarification to not only you as we've had this discussion, but also thank you for a tremendous investment in hard dollars that are actually coming out of the classroom in order to create this culture and to move us. As you know, the Council of Great City Schools was recently held in Louisville, so I had the opportunity to take a look around and ask and talk, and they're struggling in so many ways, and that's why I welcome them here in our district, because they're struggles that they're not good or bad. They're just, when you try to implement something large, they need that community support, and that's my message today. Become informed, let's work together, and let's continue to grow this so we can make this a national model for school districts. And so thank you to the board members, because we presented this about 1.5 years ago to this board and said, do you want us to go on this journey? The good thing is sometimes no good deed goes unpunished. There's not a lot of school districts that have taken this good work on. Some might avoid it, and I think it's something that we need to take on and we need to grow with. So I want to thank you for being a board that works in partnership with staff and with this community. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Just real quick, before, I know when we had some speakers, they were asking for the implementation that was discussed here, and I believe, Mr. Smith, I said $3 million, but you said that would cost the district around $4 million based on the dollar amount or the computation that was provided to us, about 1% of our overall, about $4 million. And do you happen to have the numbers of how much we've spent already as it relates to our training, implementation, going back to even when we first went to Atlanta?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't have the exact figure.
I could
It's-
get those.
It's been over $1 million.
Over $1 million? Okay.
But to my point earlier, not to repeat myself, but I want to remind us is that even though it's a tremendous amount of money over the last, to say, 18 to 24 months, this board I think, and our staff has made a very good decision by growing highly qualified, certified individuals right here in Pinellas County, because that tag would be a whole lot more, and we still wouldn't have that expertise. So what business would ever want to place money outside of the organization and never build the capacity inside the organization, so when the outside telephone consultant goes away, we still really don't have anything. And so thank you to the PCTA by building and working with teacher leaders in each and every one of our high schools. I can go to any one of our schools and there's a champion for restorative practices. This champion continues to need to be trained. This board continues to place an investment in that. There doesn't make any sense, I would never bring a recommendation that throws resources outside of this organization where our teachers, our administrators don't have access to that level of expertise. Now, we did bring all of the expertise into our district to do initial training. And rightfully so, those individuals in our district are the same exact certification of what folks have said, well, you ought to pay someone else to do. Well, it makes no sense to do that unless we want to waste money and waste resources. We don't have that to waste. And secondly, that model is not, the model's not valid, because at the end of the day, we're not going to be building the expertise of our schools in our
My
district.
request for the information was just simply to share with the public how much we have invested in this process, along with the
We'll
PBIS
get that for
model,
you.
along with working through family engagement, along with extending our services out into the community to work on relationship building. So that was my reason for asking that, to be able to show to the community how much we have invested in our services in a very positive way, so.
I will get the board a breakdown of the services, professional development, the training of ours, and kind of a breakdown of that, yes.
Well, thank you very much. That was very detailed, and I do know that, if I'm not mistaken as well, FAST does have some representatives that are assigned to the committee that rotates throughout the county, so that it makes it easier for people, no matter if you live North County, South County, Mid County. So
Yes, ma'am.
thank you very much for,
On that,
thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Grego. Did you have some additional stuff under your superintendent report? Okay, items introduced by the school board attorney. Do you have anything for us?
I have nothing this morning. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that's a good thing. Items introduced by the board. I see Ms. Long with a light.
Yes, I'd like to start out by congratulating Garrison Jones Elementary. Last Friday, Representative Chris Sprouls was at Garrison Jones to present them with the A+ flag. It was wonderful. They were out in the garden. Garrison Jones was a C and has brought their grade up to A. This is a phenomenal environment. They're dual language. You see little preschoolers speaking Spanish and English. It is just a place that you feel comfortable and warm, and it was wonderful being a part of this. I'm working hard with the school to build the program, and I am very proud of Karen Buckles, the principal, and Erica Pollock, the assistant principal. So congratulations to Garrison Jones. The other thing is, not this Wednesday, but Wednesday, November 20th at 6 p.m. at Gibbs High School is our first going out into the community with our ESC advisory. So parents, community, if you are interested in helping with our ESE programs, this is a wonderful opportunity to learn what we are doing in this district to help our students. I know that I will be there because I'm on the committee. And then in, I think, February, we're going up to North County, so that this way we can engage the community in conversation. So I hope to have a wonderful attendance. If you live South County and you know people, please encourage them to come out. Thank you. Gibbs High School. It's going to be North County too? No, this is just for the South County, and then we'll do one North County.
And it's going to be in the rec center?
It's at the Gibbs Gymnasium.
Okay, all right.
Auditorium? Cafeteria, okay, you got it, cafeteria.
One of those three locations.
Somewhere. Ms. Kane?
There we go. Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to send just kind of brag on a couple of our schools real quick. I've been out in the community this week. I had an opportunity to go to the Palm Harbor Veterans Memorial on last Friday, and yesterday attended Lake St. George's Veterans Memorial, which was absolutely fantastic. Principal Wolcott did an absolutely amazing job. It was beautiful. Every element of our armed forces was represented. We had veterans there. We did a ceremony retiring in glory. The Veterans Organization provided a new flag to the school. It was just an absolutely beautiful event, very heartwarming. It was such a wonderful event to attend. It made me very proud of our community, very proud of our schools. I am very excited tomorrow. Also, I wanted to thank the Transportation Department. Last Saturday, thank you to Mr. Hagewood and also for Mr. Camera for providing a school bus for the Touch a Truck event in Palm Harbor. Last Saturday, I was able to attend, and it was Ms. Linford, who is the director of the CSA, was so grateful to Pinellas County Schools for sending a bus. They have not had Pinellas County Schools in the event before, so they were very, very happy about that. And she wanted to send her thanks and gratitude to the board and also to our Transportation Department for being there. And that was just a fantastic event as well. Looking forward to tomorrow to teaching all day for the American Teach-In. So I will be out doing all sort of classes. I'm very excited, and I want to thank all of the people that were involved in scheduling these events. So thank you so much.
That's great news, great news. Ms. Cook?
Good. Thank you, Ms. Kane, for bringing up the veterans activities that you did. Oftentimes, the community will get one or two email each time about why do we have school on that day. And those kinds of activities are exactly why, so that the students aren't just out playing or enjoying the day off. They're actually learning about why Veterans Day is so important to us as a country. So thank you. We all do a lot of different things, but what I want to do is highlight one thing that I want the board members to know about. Ms. Flowers, Dr. Grego, Jennifer Dull, and myself went to the Council of Great City Schools. And Jennifer Dull did a presentation there. And we're so well respected in what we're doing that she actually did a presentation. And I just want to tell you, she did an excellent job as she was doing that. And she represented the county very well. So I want to thank her for what she did. But I also want all of you to know that our staff is really doing a whole lot within the district, but we're also doing a lot of stuff nationwide and sharing the practices and things that we're doing. So congratulations. Thank you very much. And she did a good job. And also, Ms. Flowers represented us well as a finalist, which you all know. But this was a good thing for us. Thank you. Yeah, but you need to bring the trophy.
I think somebody took my trophy.
You don't have it back yet?
Because it's not, we still haven't gotten it.
Oh my God.
We're on the
I
hunt
have
for,
one, I'll lend you for a while.
We're on the hunt for Red October. Ms. Carr, School Board Member Carr.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up Veterans Day. We do hear it's a great clarification for the rationale with our calendar, so thank you. I have the opportunity, as you know, to serve on our Homeless Leadership Board, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to make sure we inform you of, because they've revised its governance and structure, and in order to maintain compliance with federal regulations around HUD. So part of this will be reviewing the interlocal agreement with the organization. So we have an upcoming meeting, and of course I'm going to utilize Mr. Kapersky's expertise and how that will look and evolve. But I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of it as I represent you on the homeless, and I will keep you informed as at a workshop or if any other things happen. I also wanted to take the opportunity to thank you to those who are involved and who shared information at our recent CoQuebs meeting. So much was shared with Ms. Huggebrook also. She did a fantastic job presenting the information on how the rollout of our timely positive behavior supports as well as our equity champions is working. And I also had the opportunity to meet with a number of teachers with their concerns regarding it, and I just appreciate the patience in our rollout. It does require, it's an entire worldview shift. So for many individuals, it takes numerous opportunities before you have the chance to shift your mind into looking at how we positively respond to students, and that within our discipline is the word teach. So we want to make sure that that's the root of that word that we're teaching, and I believe that that's the approach we're hoping to take. But thank you for her hard work and in her sharing of the information at that meeting. Additionally, thank you to Bel Air. I've been out to see some schools, and we have a new principal there, and it was just a fantastic visit. And, you know, under her, I know she has great leaders helping her in her new role, and thank you, Dr. Hires. So because the things seem to be going really smoothly there, and one thing that was such a great impression was the number of volunteers in the building. So while it is also family engagement, the number of volunteers that I continue to see every time I'm going out to visit schools, being tutors, working as mentors, volunteering in our school is just an amazing thing to see. So not only that, but along with their time, there's so much given with treasure. So as we reflected on St. Pete High School and their new track, just the number of financial direct contributions individuals had made to help build, and sometimes people think, oh, we're using our money on something that they may think we ought not to, but then like a football field, not that I'm against football, but that if we would spend money, coach, I see you giving me the eye over there, and but some might have this perception that we've invested in one place rather than academically. I think it's important to point out how much philanthropy contributes to us, and through the partnerships with the Ed Foundation for developing athletics, extracurriculars, and those additional things that make the climate and culture such a positive place to be. But I just want to clarify that. Someone had asked me that, and while we value athletics, we also value our being good stewards of the community. So thank you.
Mr. Dudley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just tell you about it has been proven.
Oh, I'm gonna lean back.
It has been proven that children or teenagers or people involved in athletics tend to do a lot better in school. I'm just throwing it out.
As well as the arts, that's right.
Well, extracurricular, but she made the crack about football, so I'm just making sure she gets that straight.
I knew it was coming.
And speaking of that,
oh wow.
Last Friday I had the privilege of going to a play at Northeast High School. It's the Charlie's Aunt. I never heard of it, and it was written in 1897 or something. And my point is that as I sat in there and I looked around the audience, and I'm counting about 150 people. And I found out later that my nephew and his daughter did a play at Osceola, and it was a similar number. And I guess my point is that these kids go out and they pour their heart into it, and we don't get any more support than that. It just tears me up. You know, these kids, it's the time of their life. They go and they decide they're going to do a musical, they're going to do a dramatic play, and you go out and you look at the audience, and you know, you take the parents out of the audience, and it's a shame. It's a real shame. How many of you here, just curiosity, have been to a high school musical or play in the last year? That's great. And we need to multiply that times about 100, and we'll be on to something. These things cost money, and the schools can't. You know, when they put a play on, they have to buy that from whoever it is that did the play originally, and so when you pay, it's usually $5 to get into the play, or maybe even 10, and the cost of the production, by the time they get through doing all the stuff, you know, it's well over $1,000, and they're only making 500. I mean, something's got to give. And so I would encourage all of you. There'll be some musicals coming up here with the holiday season coming, and please, go to them. And I preach it all the time because I think it's important. And, with the basketball season starting up, go to a game. Cross country and football, they're starting to wind down, new sports coming up. Go to a game. And the kids love seeing you there. And it means a great deal. So anyway, that's it. Everybody have a happy holiday, a very happy Thanksgiving, and I don't think we meet again. So have a great holiday seasons. Thank you.
Opportunity to visit the Bandis Construction Company, and the Bandis Construction Company it's like a house and many, many, many houses down, and they're going to be starting the new construction on very soon. St. George Elementary School, which Lisa Kane was at, she participated in. I got there a little late, but she was very enthusiastic. She talked a lot about the teachers, and I was always around the little kids. And I've always mentioned that the little children needs to have a support staff. Now, I think the pre-K kids that are 4 years old should maybe jump into the higher grades, maybe kindergarten grades. And those children that are 4 years old that have their birthday on September 1st should jump into kindergarten. I don't know why, I don't want to separate those children, but I think it's a serious thing that we should always be mindful of. Sanderlin Junior School, Sanderlin Elementary School, we really had a tour about that school. We went into every single classroom. We went into pre-K, we went into kindergarten, we went into first and second and third grade. That's the only grades I wanted to go to. And then the schools that were working really hard, when I turned down to go to the left and I turned to the right, there was a little school behind the middle school. And that little school there, I was just searching and searching and searching for that school. I went to go to that school. And that school was an exceptional school. And the schools worked really hard there. And they're always in the field. They're sharing the field. They're maybe participating in the field, but they are really a full around school. It's a tremendous school there, and that school, South Side, is a very important school. And then the teach-in tomorrow. The teach-in tomorrow will be a real big event, and I think it's going to be here in the school district, and we hope to see everybody there. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Latino. I just have a couple of things I want to highlight. Lakewood High School football team went 10-0. So I'm excited about that. And their first playoff game is Friday night. I will be there. Go Spartans. Congratulations to all of the athletic programs actually throughout the district, because a number of them have done some tremendous things. So I'm just giving a few highlights. Congratulations to my old alma mater, Dixie Hollins High School, for winning their division champs. So I'm excited about that. Go Rebels. Come on, Coach, you should be clapping. Congratulations to Melrose Elementary School. They have taken to social media to just really highlight all of the affirming things that they're doing in that school. And so I'm really excited about that, because it is showcasing what the students are learning and how they are utilizing older students to work with younger students. So congratulations to them. If you want to like their page every week they're putting something up that is really positive. So kudos to the principal and their staff. Congratulations to Maya Stevens. She is a graduate of Pinellas County Schools. She received a full scholarship to go to FAMU University. She majored in music, specifically operatic singing, and she was one of the cantatas honoring Marion Jones at the Palladium on Sunday. And I took a picture of her. I was sitting in the front row, so I got a really good picture and sent it to Dr. Grego. Hopefully we can put it up on the website, but she has a beautiful voice. She came here to sing the national anthem for us during the summer. She is a music teacher at Fairmount Park Elementary School. And when I tell you she has a phenomenal voice, she did a wonderful job. She sung 3 songs that all were songs that were sung by Marion Jones when she sung in Washington, D.C., when she was not allowed to sing in Constitution Hall because she was African American. And so the entire play, the entire musical entourage for the entire evening was fabulous, but I wanted to highlight Maya since she is one of our teachers. We also had a student from Gibbs High School PCCA program, a violinist, who performed as well. He did a phenomenal job. It was like he was making the violin talk. It brought tears to your eyes. And then Mr. Lamb, some of you may remember his wife, Paula Lamb, but Mr. Lamb actually opened for Marion Jones some years ago, and he plays with a jazz band throughout the community. He also performed there on Sunday. So it was just a very rich time. It was a wonderful evening. That event was put on by the Dr. Carter G. Woodson African American Museum. So I thank them for allowing our students and teachers to participate. I serve on the Complete Count Committee, which we all know that the census is going to will begin taking place on next year. And we have a Complete Count information session that's going to be held at Pinellas Technical College on November 21st. It will be put on in partnership with the Complete Count Census Committee, along with the Pinellas County Urban League Young Professionals, starting at 5:30. So if you can make it, please do come out so that you can get correct information about the census, what it means and what it does, and how those numbers relate to the financial dollars we receive for services throughout our district. And last, I had an opportunity to attend the Veterans Memorial service that was held in Williams Park in St. Petersburg. There is a beautiful memorial to veterans right in Williams Park. If you have not had a chance to visit it and you have an opportunity, please go down and look. It recognizes all branches of the military, and I think it is just absolutely wonderful and very peaceful. We have a number of veterans that are homeless in our community, and a number of them you can find in Williams Park. So when you hear some of their stories, as it relates to their service, and you see the conditions that they are in now, you can't help but be moved. So thank you so very much for the service that you're doing with the Homeless Leadership Coalition. I know that a number of municipalities and nonprofits are working towards veterans and their needs, specifically PERC working with tiny homes so that those tiny homes will be utilized for veterans throughout our community. So it's just absolutely wonderful. And I saw all of the pictures and things also from the huge event that was held at Bay Pines. My father was a veteran. He's buried at Bay Pines. All of us probably have family members who served in one branch of the military. For those of you who are our staff members, even those sitting in the audience today, we thank you for your service. Because of your service, we have an opportunity to be free and to sit in this environment and to be able to share our thoughts and concerns. It doesn't mean that we agree, but what it means is we have the freedom to do so. Democracy is something. It is really something that should never be taken for granted, and it is something that we have fought for throughout time, and I just really am so appreciative of everyone who served in any branch of the military, for those that are currently serving, because those that are currently serving are making sure that we remain free. So I want to thank each and every one of you for that. And then I want to apologize and correct. You know, correction is good for the soul. When I did my calculations on $45,000 a year, I did it at 27 weeks out of the year, which is what I am so accustomed to do. And our teachers don't work 27 weeks out of the year. So correction is good for the soul, because I sat here and I was like, oh my God, I did it wrong. So thank you so very much for that. And I just always believe in making sure I correct myself when I am in error. That's what students do. Mr. Dudley, he has a correction. Yes,
I have
Mr.
a correction.
Yes.
I was telling everybody about not going to stuff. Well, the exception is this year, football in Pinellas County set records for attendance. So, well, I say attendance or records within the last 15, 20 years. I remember when the stands used to always be full, but it was wonderful this year to actually look up and see not very many empty seats. And
Right.
Thank you for that. But you still need to go to the musicals and the plays.
You got to
Thank
throw
you.
that in. So thank you all so very much. The last thing I want to say before Mr. Corbett, before I recognize Mr. Corbett, is today will be my last day as chair, and we will go through a process, an election process. But I just want to say to all of my colleagues, it has truly been an honor and my pleasure serving with you all. I think we are a fabulous representation of Pinellas County Schools. All of us, each and every one of us, bring our own uniqueness to what it is that we do and how we represent and how we present. To all of the staff back there in the back, I love you. For all of the ones that are listening, teachers, support professionals, down to persons who pick up that piece of paper when someone drops it. I just want you all to know that I have really enjoyed being the chair for the last 2 years. It has been phenomenal. Our district has worked extremely hard. I'm not just saying that because someone's paying me. I'm saying it because it is true. We have taken every challenge. And we have embraced that challenge, and we've used that challenge as a stepping stool to help propel us as adults and to help move our students forward. I'm not going to say move the needle, because needles can just go back and forth, but when we say move, we are talking about beyond greater heights than they could ever have imagined for themselves. And you see that in the faces of the students when you're going out visiting the school. So again, I just want to thank you. I am going to do my little quote for the day, my end quote for the day. But I just want to say thank you. It has been an honor and a pleasure to serve, and I want to thank each and every one of you for embracing me, for supporting me, and for putting up with me and tolerating me, because I know I can be a handful sometimes. But thank you all so very much. It's been my honor. Review of board requests. Mr. Corbett.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have one board request. We will provide the board with a detailed breakdown of the costs we've incurred to date with our work on restorative practices.
Thank you so much. And just to share, we will have our school board evaluation after we're going to hear from our speakers. We will adjourn. I have been asked by our technology individuals in the back if we could give it a moment or two, because they want to be able to switch and put up the election information on the screen. So he asked if we could just have a moment or two to give them time to do so. And so we will follow that process. I will vacate my seat, and Dr. Grego will come down here and move into my seat after we have our speakers from the audience. And then after we've concluded all of that business, we will have our evaluation process in the back, followed by a lovely get-together gathering that Ann Simonetti and Ms. Kimberly Christie has put on for us. So everyone, please, when we finish, don't leave. Go down to our offices so that we can enjoy each other's company. Thank you. So I will adjourn meeting. And Miss Ann, we have speakers. Can you please? And for those of you that may not know, if someone gets up and leave, there's a PA system back here in the back. They can hear everything, but they just may have to get up and take care of some business. Miss Ann Simonetti.
Board members and Dr. Grego, we have 22 speakers today.
Okay.
Our first two are Lenora Faulkner and Kenithra Mercer.
You want some longer paper?
Good afternoon, Ms. Flowers and honorable school board members. Thank you for your service, and God bless America. I'm Lenore Faulkner, retired 8th grade chemistry teacher, fighting for education excellence for all students. 100 years, 100% success. You need a little bit working on things. I come here as an American citizen, deeply affected by Pearl Harbor, the horror of 9/11, and the bomb blast victims of Iraq and Afghanistan. This is very personal to me. World War II hit home with the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Dad's inspiration was the flight of Lindbergh over the Atlantic in 1927. When the war started, he was a chemical engineering student. He left college, earned his wings of gold in Pensacola, and he was assigned to the Hornet as a Hellcat fighter pilot. 7 days after his marriage, he had to return to San Francisco to the Pacific. In the spring of 1945, he was accepted as a graduate student at the U.S. Naval Academy in Aeronautical Engineering. The aviators arrived in 45. Shortly, Mom arrived, and it was we three. We celebrated VE Day, VJ Day, and the 100th anniversary of the Naval Academy. December 1st, 1945, we went to Philadelphia. We attended the Game of the Century. 102,000 attended. It was a month before I was born. That's for Mr. Dudley. He's sleeping. On 9/11, we had our second tragedy. My chaplain friend from Uganda was to be at a prayer breakfast on the top floor of the towers with 9 friends. The night before the emergency, there was an emergency. Masses were switched. Father was saved. He did 9 funerals without bodies. In 1999, 3 months after my stem cell transplant, my son had an anoxic brain injury. He was transferred to a hospital, declared brain dead because he didn't have insurance. They refused to treat him for 6 weeks. My daughter is a social worker and realized he was in the Navy. He weighed 110 pounds and was frozen in a fetal position. He is still there now. I go there 5 days a week, and I hire someone to go 3 days a week. On Tuesday, they know I come here, and they used to watch me on TV in Tampa.
Thank you, Lenore. We're going to have to, we have so many speakers today, I'm not going to be able to give you a few extra minutes, but thank you so much for coming.
I
We
just
appreciate
thank
you.
Mr. Christ. He was from the toy store, and he
Thank
always
you.
came to my class.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Dr. Greco. My name is Kenitra Mercer. I am the mother of Floyd Mercer Jr., previous student removed from Pinellas County School System's Azalea Middle School and placed in Pinellas Secondary. I'm also the vice president of the PTA of Azalea Middle School. And today I come to ask for understanding and clarity regarding proper notification to parents that are in my situation with my son for the appeal status. My son kicked the teacher in the nuts, those were the words, and the investigation to what led up to him kicking the teacher there was not done. It was not done until an email was sent to Dr. Greco from a member of the NAACP. I've been in contact with a couple of district people from the district office. Don't know if it's proper to name them, but I'm asking as a parent and an advocate in the community that comes to the school on a regular basis to be involved. And I didn't write this out because I didn't quite know what I was going to express today. My son is serving his sentence at Pinellas Secondary for a semester for something that he responded to. There is and was mental health on board, and where I dropped the ball as a parent was not ensuring that it was properly documented from 5th grade when it started at Jamerson Elementary, then to Thurgood Middle School, then to Azalea Middle School. There was no IEP or a 501 in place for my son. The teacher engaged in explicit sexual conversations with my child repeatedly and then hit him on the head the day of the incident where my son retaliated and kicked him in the nuts. I've asked for it to be reviewed. It was the 31st of October, well past the 2-day period that I had to file an appeal to have my son not reassigned to a school. I wasn't informed about the appeal process and the time that I needed. And as a PTA member, I'm not here to dispute his consequences because he was wrong. He was wrong for putting his foot on his teacher. What I am here to do is to shed light to the lack of family involvement, especially seeing that I am the president of the school, but I'm also a member of PTA in 2 other schools in the Pinellas County school system. I'm very active and present in my son's life, as well as my other 4 children that are in the school. And there was a disconnect with communication. There was a condom found in the school that my son alleged had prior to this incident. So there was a series of events that led up to the 23rd of October. And that is why I'm here, to ask for some acknowledgement to be considered today.
Can she speak with Ms. Hires? Can she speak with
I'd
Dr.
ask
Hires?
you speak with Nikita Reed. Miss Reed is over Azalea Middle.
Oh, but
And
I thought
also,
since he's in Pinellas Secondary, I thought.
Well, my understanding is you wanted the incident.
He's at Azalea, but he's
Middle
been redirected
to
to Pinellas Secondary.
Correct. He's been reassigned to Pinellas Secondary, and I have extensively spoken with Nikita Reed regarding his issue, and I'm aware now that there is no appeal process once the reassignment is approved. But I was not aware that he was being reassigned. I was under the impression that I had an option whether my son was placed in Pinellas Secondary. I'm not here to argue my son's case. I'm here to put on record that there is a disconnect between the investigation with students and teachers and administrative people in charge prior to the reassignment. That's what I'm here to go on record stating. Right. I'm not moving from the vice president of PTA.
Good.
My goal for coming here today was to put it on public record and to acknowledge that there is a disconnect, and I'm glad that I didn't, because my question was, where was the restorative practice? And I'm understanding that that's been implemented. You said yourself that you're into and you agree that the level of disciplinary actions that happen when situations such as my son, there was no investigation prior. The others that were involved, the 18 students that were in the room, were not questioned until you received that email.
Yeah.
I'm only here to point out those issues.
I'll be happy to look into it, because I did receive this, and this thing was fully investigated. But I will redirect it back to Dr. Britton, the principal of that school, and also Ms. Reed. But I thought your question was really pertaining to the communications at Azalea Middle. That's why I was looking.
Right, my question, yes.
I will get you that.
Ms. Kanitra, first of all, thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for drawing out your concern. You stated it eloquently, even though you say you didn't write it down. So you did a wonderful job communicating. If you would like, I know you said you're not here to discuss, to go through your sons, but if you would like, Dr. Hires and Ms. Nikita Reed are there, and they can speak with you right now.
Yes.
If you would like. Okay, but thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Our next 2 speakers are Jan Owen and Frances Zimmer.
Jan Owen, Skycrest Elementary. This speech reflects my feelings. To me, Pinellas County has an educational crisis. To solve that crisis as a teacher, I wanted Pinellas County to be the best county in the state of Florida and to get every child, regardless of skin color, reading. That's not happening. Why is that? Could it be because the district believes administrators and doesn't believe teachers? Back in 2010, when I looked at about 2,000 elementary school profiles via the Department of Education stats, I discovered that about 80% of Pinellas schools plummeted in state rankings by double and triple digits. That's a serious core curriculum problem. Last year, ELA elementary stats showed 0 growth from fall to winter. To me, that means the core curriculum isn't working. Instead of getting curriculum that is in alignment with MAP testing, Pinellas got an outside group to certify the curriculum. The culture that sticks with things when they aren't producing results speaks volumes to teachers. Pinellas has 2 fundamental elementary schools in the top 100 schools in the state of Florida. Dade County has twice the students we have, so they should have 4, right? Why does Miami-Dade have 21 elementary schools in the top 100 schools in the state of Florida? Miami-Dade is very proactive about using Marzano. Here in Pinellas, we're happy just saying we use Marzano. At best, we misunderstand Marzano. Certified ELA modules are part of the reason that gives us continued low rankings statewide. Lately, I've been sending you a lot of emails. In order to silence my vocal advocacy, my principal removed 4 students from my classroom in the first 2 days of school. I guess that makes me look bad. Oh, that's exactly what that does. In this district, it is easy for administrators to abuse their power and lie. That's how the Pinellas zero tolerance for bullying works. The principal came into my room on day 4 and demanded to know where my learning targets were. And that's her wanting Pinellas to perform better? For me, I took a $50,000 pay cut and altered retirement for the rest of my life because I no longer wish to work in a place where I needed Pinellas lesson plans on one hand to be compliant and high performance lesson plans on the other side, 74 pages per week. I get tired of being silenced and brutalized for wanting genuine high performance. If you don't deeply understand that the problem is about the administrative culture, then it will never change. I'm here in the hopes that someone is listening and someone cares enough to really make it better. There's a reason you don't hear from teachers. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to stand up and speak about a culture that uses fear and intimidation to make teachers compliant and silent.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Frances Zimmer, and I am here with FAST. I am a grandparent of 2 children in the Pinellas school system. I'm grateful for your presentation on restorative practices. FAST has never disapproved of your initial implementation. We have expressed concern over the fidelity of your implementation. You say you are leaders on this issue. We are happy to hear that. However, we know that there are serious gaps, and you have not shared that with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Reverend Jean Cooley and Chris Harris.
School board members, Mr. Grego. I'm the Reverend Jean Cooley from FAST. I'm also a surrogate parent through the Guardian Ad Litem program, working with our most traumatized children. Last week, a report was issued by the Secret Service, which revealed the troubled school experiences of school shooters. The report suggested some recommendations for schools. Among them included broader strategies to increase and improve school climate and create relationships of trust. Restorative practices is part of these consequence conversations. This is a time in which we have an opportunity to improve safety by creating a healthier school culture and climate. You have an opportunity to fully implement the restorative practices that you've begun and see how they enhance the new PBIS work that you've done and you now have a grant to improve. We have seen this in other districts and know that restorative practices work with PBIS and trauma care. They mutually enhance each other, creating improved, safer, and healthier student and whole school culture and climate. If restorative practices is solidly in place and consistently implemented and supported over time, we believe from our research and experience with other school districts that we can transform our school climate for our children. That is why we are asking for the full implementation of restorative practices and restorative justice conferencing, beginning with 10 schools. Let us invest in our children and broadly address the security in our schools. Let us invest in the work of restoring schools and our community and our children. Thank you.
My name is Chris Harris. I work with the FAST ministry. I'm also a parent, 3 adults. I have 3 sons. They each have mental health problems. I have done everything to get things in place for them, a 504 IEPs. One of my sons attends Pinellas Park High School. Last year, problem. There was a situation, and they called me to say that there was a problem. So they would be meeting with him and his peers, and would let me know the results. When I got the call back, the issue had been resolved. There was nothing else going on. It was resolved. This year I got a call just to update me, saying that my son is doing a great job. There have been no issues, and thank you. Mostly when children misbehave, they think it's bad parenting coming from home. Now, I have a son in Melrose Elementary School. He's 4th grade, 9 years old, and he has an IEP. And I have met and I have asked each time, what is there I can do as a parent that we can work as a team to help Nehemiah through? When I got his report card last week, couple of weeks ago, I was so disappointed. His grades did not meet up with him being in a gifted program. And it was because Nehemiah has been put out of the classroom in school suspension, but not doing his classwork because he's either sitting in the front office or in the area, I guess they have for the in-school suspension with no schoolwork. This morning on my way getting ready to come here, I got a call from the school, a school staff person seeing Nehemiah standing in the hallway. And she called me, said, and I was speaking to Nehemiah, and he said, I guess I'm not having a good day, and I asked what was going on. He said, I was talking, and I was put out the classroom, and I was told it was a level 3. I'm asking for restorative practice because just talking is not a level 3. And he should not have been put out the classroom. If there are things in place to support him with the IEP, it should be done. I'm asking for full implementation of restorative practice, not the PR, but RP, because it is needed in our schools for students like Nehemiah. Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers are Joanne McCall and Jan Newberger.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Dr. Greco and staff. My name is Joanne McCall, and I'm the Executive Director of PCTA and PESPA. I want to talk to you this morning about discipline and restorative practices. And although I really appreciate the presentation that was presented earlier, and that PCTA is part of that, you can tell if I'm talking about it, then I have some concerns to represent. It seems we've gotten away from restorative practices, what it really means. It's not instead of consequences, but the step after the consequences to restore the relationship. Every day, we are having more and more teachers and ESPs hit, kicked, punched. That we conducted a survey of our members around these very issues. We had more than 550 staff members respond in less than 48 hours. That tells you there's a significant issue going on. I'm going to ask that we take a breath, that we take a step back, and that we regroup. We must have a strong discipline code of conduct to ensure the safety of every student and every employee. It must be fair and consistent with consequences that are just. It must be consistent within our schools as well as within our district. Students must know that there are consequences for their actions. Then after is when restorative practices comes to play, not instead of the consequence. We must train our staff to fully understand the difference and to how properly use restorative practices. That means more than a 1-hour training, and it means consistent training so that we're all clear on what it is and how to implement it and how to use it appropriately. I implore this district to acknowledge where we are and to seek to work with all stakeholders to improve student discipline and restorative practices. This district has invested too much not to want to work with the folks on the front line to make this a successful endeavor. I know that FAST and other community members are deeply committed to this cause, as are we at PCTA and PESPA, and we look forward to the opportunity to make this a successful endeavor with restorative practices. Thank you very much.
Good morning, school board members, Chairman Flowers, even though you're almost gone, and Dr. Grego. I have a little prepared speech, but before I give it, I am here, my name is Jan Newberger, and I am a member of Faith and Action for Strength Together. I feel it necessary to offer a little respectful pushback on 2 counts. With regards to the statistics cited earlier on referrals, I believe it can be argued that some of the decrease in that number has to do with referrals being repressed. That is at least what I read in the Tampa Bay Times. On another issue, one of the things to me that distinguishes the work of FAST is the care taken to be well informed, to do research. And on the issue of restorative practices, no expense has been spared in terms of time and brain power. For instance, many requests have been made for meetings specifically with Ms. Wright, and we have pretty much been shut out. If we cannot get information from you, how can we be expected to have it? Now my little speech. Restorative practices is the only school culture transformational model under consideration to foster a move away from the destructive zero-tolerance policy of the past. But we strongly believe in its present form, restorative practices will not bring about the changes we all hope to see when the model was initially adopted and introduced. RP will not pose another onerous add-on to the workload of already overburdened teachers if those teachers are properly trained and supported. Yes, implementation requires a learning curve, but in the long term, RP is proven to result in a safer, saner environment for teachers and students alike. That is why I am here to urge you today to engage the gold standard services of IIRP to fully implement RP as a pilot program in 10 Pinellas County schools. I thank you for your time and your dedication to the students of Pinellas County.
Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers are John Christian and Beverly Kelly.
Good morning,
Good
or
morning.
good afternoon. I'm a parent of a public school student. I'm also a parent of 2 older students, one in college, one just graduated and about to be published. They're both also graduates of the public school system. Very proud of that. I'm also the friend of parents of public schools students and good friends with several teachers. I'm here to thank you, to provide some ground truth you might not be aware of, to offer some potential solutions, and perhaps a motion to add a potential solution to the next agenda. First, a thank you. I thank you for the access. I am here. You seem transparent. The emphasis I've heard earlier on informed decisions. and also your ambition for our kids. I do appreciate that. I'd also like to thank the teachers I've heard, administrators I've heard. I'd also like to thank comments by Patricia Wright and Robert Poth, and also the superintendent again for informed decision-making. I think it's so important. The ground truth, and I'll just be blunt, and I've heard this from teachers, parents, and students increasingly over the last few weeks. Incidents of teachers being threatened, students being assaulted, property being destroyed, and classes being disrupted. This is robbing our scholars that you so badly want to help. I've also heard repeatedly of referrals being written and perhaps not getting to their destination. We've all heard and maybe read the newspaper article in which numbers are down, but wide suspicion of referrals being torn up. The potential solution is simple. Canvas teachers, ask them how many referrals they've written, compare them to the numbers you've received. That seems pretty simple. And my motion would be to do that simple survey. And therefore, you would have the numbers and the facts. You could make the informed decision. I'll simply conclude by, at the end of the day, the wide community of parents and teachers hear and see what is happening in the classroom. When their perception of what's happening differs from what is officially being described, there's concern and trust is broken. I thank you for your time, and if there could be a motion or something to get it on the agenda next month, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Mr. Christian.
Hi, I'm Beverly Kelly, and I'm a member of FAST, and I'm also a parent of 3 children and 1 grandson who went through Pinellas County schools. And I'm very impressed with the work they've done in the school district. And was glad to hear the presentation today from people who are working with our restorative practices program here. And it sounds like we're really getting somewhere. However, we get some stories from people saying that their kids are being bullied and there are fights breaking out, and some teachers are overwhelmed with discipline, and that not all schools are implementing this program. It varies from school to school, and we hear some principals are all for it and others kind of dismiss it. And personally, I believe that perhaps we need to really push this ongoing coaching and support that they're talking about eventually coming up with. I think we need that now, and we need it not only for teachers, but all of the support staff in order to implement it better. And perhaps the best way to do it would be to pick 10 schools and do a very careful program there, training those people, and then let it spread. I thank you for what you are doing, and let's hope that we can continue to increase the use of this restorative practices program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Our next 2 speakers are Liz Affendakis and Pat Peterson.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Affendakis. I have a 4th grader at Elisa Nelson Elementary in the Center for Literacy and Innovation. I'm here representing several parents in the program. We are discouraged at the approach of this program. At the screening, I asked repeatedly if they understood dyslexia was all-encompassing and in every subject. My son is severely dyslexic, needing support in all areas of his day. They reassured me they understood, so I agreed to the program, not knowing that my 2nd to 3rd grade level student is going to be held to 4th grade state standards. An average student is unlikely to skip a grade, let alone a dyslexic one. Requiring multi-step word problems in math when he can't fully read is a huge problem. When there's no reading fluency, there's no comprehension. Copying one word or a simple sentence can bring a dyslexic child to tears. These are just a few examples going on in the classroom. While he may have one of the best teachers in the county, it doesn't mean she knows how to teach for dyslexia. My son comes home and tells me, my teacher doesn't know how to teach for dyslexia, and he knows he's not learning. My child that was once happy going to school is now suffering from severe anxiety. He comes home throwing up, anxious, and hitting himself. This behavior is a 180-degree turnaround from who he was in private school. He's drowning every day, all day. I would give anything to take him out, but I have now lost my McKay scholarship. At this rate, my son will not make it through the year. The CLI classrooms need a minimum of 2 teachers at all times. They need more multisensory curriculum, and each student needs to be met at their level, not just closing the gap. The gap is too big. This is actually more confusing and pushing him more behind. Also, we were not informed that this program did not receive the grant from USF. I would have thought twice about coming to the school if the support of USF was not behind it. Why is that? Probably because they saw the problems we're experiencing now? I don't know. And on a last note, to top off the struggle, the air conditioning seems to be out on a weekly basis. Mr. Kennedy and his maintenance staff are tired of our complaining, but we need a permanent fix for this because it is hot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pat Peterson. Just a background of myself. I graduated from St. Petersburg Junior College, went through Pinellas County schools from kindergarten all the way through, and so have my children and grandchildren graduated from Pinellas County school system. I love the Pinellas County school system. When I was a beginning teacher, I realized that my university and the School of Education didn't have a class in how to develop classroom management and the community in my classroom. So I had to do a lot of studies. I had to read a lot of books. I don't know if you've ever heard of Harry Wong, but he was my guru, and I learned how to make a good classroom climate in my classroom. But one of the things that was lacking in my experience as a teacher was when there was a serious infraction, there was not a place for me to go to work with the administrator, the family, and myself to resolve those issues and work with that student. And I love the fact that Restorative Practices has this formal conferencing where the parents get involved, the students that were in a conflict are able to express themselves, the administrator is helping the teacher who needs all the support. Teachers need all the support they can get with severe discipline problems. So I ask you to support and really get on that formal conferencing as part of Restorative Practices. And just to speak to Dr. Greco, we are informed, and I think we have done a lot of interviews, individual interviews, and we have researched restorative practices inside and out. I think one of the things that I want you to know is that you need to investigate which schools are really invested in restorative practices and which schools aren't, because there is an inequity between schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cook?
Yes. Ms. Peterson. Pat? You called and asked me to get back in touch with you.
Yes, I did.
Your number was deleted by mistake. If you would leave your phone number with someone outside, I'll be happy to get back in touch with you.
Well, thank you, Carol.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Next
Our
speaker.
next 2 speakers are Janice Metz and Ed Dickey.
Good afternoon. I was very happy today to get some information about restorative practices and how it's working in the schools. I think there have been misconceptions on both sides. We researched it very thoroughly, as some other members of FAST have mentioned. 6 of us went up to the Louisville schools to see it in action for several days. We came back and we evaluated, traveled to some other schools in the more immediate area, Sarasota, that were doing it. So we have done our homework. We know that it's not a complete discipline system. It's a building of relationships that you need to do among the students and among faculty so they can communicate with one another and learn to solve problems. I think it's very, very important. Our youth particularly need practice in doing that. So that's one point. And we did try very hard to get information from the school system. Last year we felt it was kind of, we were stonewalled. We couldn't get anybody to come speak with us till we finally had 3 of our school board members that met with us, and we were so grateful to have that communication. But what we have heard, the teachers do need support in the implementation. It hasn't been satisfactory. We heard this year that there was an hour, for most of the teachers, there was an hour of implementation where several things were bundled in together with that. Football players are not sent out on the football field without instruction, without practice, without coaching, without feedback. Our teachers need those very things because the stakes are very high. In order to be successful, we have to have a culture in our school that works for all of our youngsters. So I would like you to think about that implementation and how it could be improved so that it's more consistent throughout all our schools among all our teachers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Dickey, and I'm here with FAST. I'm a grandparent and great-grandparent. I have 2 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren in the Pinellas County school system. I'd like to thank the school board for the opportunity for my children to learn, grow, and develop their skills, talents, and abilities in the school system. I'm here to support the Restorative Practice Program, and I'd like to ask that you continue to support our staff, the children, the schools in Pinellas County, and the restorative practice process. Thank you very much.
Our next 2 speakers are Judy McGinnity and Reverend Robert Ward.
Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to be here with you today. My name is Judy McGinnity, and I am here with FAST. And I'm here again to ask for a complete implementation of restorative practices in our schools, specifically that the district recontract with IIRP, the experts, to implement the Safer, Saner School program as a pilot program in these 10 schools. We feel it is irresponsible and unfair to indicate that we are recommending reckless spending at this time. IRP has brought information to the Pinellas County School Districts that has been very helpful, but they can do a lot more in support of continuous and ongoing training and implementation, and most importantly, support for these teachers that need to know what direction to head in. FAST has been at these meetings for months now, and in this time we have yet to see any improvement in the implementation of restorative practices. We have seen no evaluative data. We see no plans for additional teacher training and no plans for the implementation of formal restorative practice conferencing. In the past, and as has been spoken of today, we have received support for our recommendation of 10 school pilot program from a few of you who have seen few changes in the implementation of RP. Mrs. Long, again, we are grateful to you for the opportunity to have met with us and that you have brought this up at recent workshops. That is extremely, extremely important to us. We want to thank you also, Dr. Carr and Ms. Kane and Mrs. Flowers, for accepting invitations to come and meet with us, and we look forward to meeting with each of you. Your constituents are excited that these meetings will be happening, and we're looking forward to hearing the plans our district has for restorative practice in our schools. And if I may just make an aside note, we have repeatedly made attempts to meet with Ms. Pat Wright, who is the head of the implementation of the restorative practice program. We have been stonewalled, we have been denied meetings, we have no information from her office at any time that she has any agenda to meet with us. I enjoyed hearing her presentation this morning, but I think it would go a long way, again, to your constituents if the person who is in charge of this program takes the opportunity to meet and speak with us, answer our questions, and hear our concerns. I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Ward, pastor of the Mount Moriah Baptist Church in St. Pete, Florida, where I've had the privilege to serve for 32 years. To Madam Chair, to the board members, and our Superintendent Greco, I certainly appreciate the opportunity as I stand representing the FAST organization, along with, in turn, representing our community. As I've always remembered that there's two sides to every story. And I'm glad that you had opportunity to express your side, and you've given us opportunity to express our side of the story. And I've been told also that it's a poor frog who doesn't toot its own pond. But our experiences, our community experience, has a different experience than maybe what's being presented. We're not here to punish any good deed. And experts are always sought after. Doctors are sought after because they're medical experts. Lawyers are sought after because they're legal experts. Even mechanics are sought after to repair our cars. And tradesmen of all sorts, even in our own homes, even in our own churches. That's how the community worked. Even our school board district, from time to time, have to seek after experts, even though it costs us. We do it every day. In recent days, it is called fake news when truth is trying to be presented, when accountability is demanded. We are simply trying to present the truth of the cry, the concern, the hurt that our families, our parents, our students are experiencing. We must note that this is a team effort, so it's never in the best interest to shut out the team member. We're all part of that team. We're all trying to accomplish the same goal, and that is to teach our children. That is to have a safe environment for not only the teachers but the students as well. That is to have a continual communication that works between teachers, students, and parents. That is what makes a whole community. That's what makes it well. So we're not enemies, we are team members. Work with us, don't shut us out, don't stonewall us, so that we can be well informed as to where you are, what you're planning, what the goals are. The issue of the lack of formal restorative conferences is critical. You underestimate the importance of this issue. Without this formal conferencing, we do not have means to properly discipline.
Thank you, Pastor
The Tampa Bay Times, just give me 1 second. The Tampa Bay Times shows that referrals are being suppressed not as a result of restorative practices, but to misrepresent data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the explanation.
Our next two speakers are Bob Meehan and Pat Fling.
Madam Chairwoman, board members, superintendent, and staff. I'm with FAST today, and I'm here because I'm concerned about restorative practice implementation. We believe your plans and evaluation data have been insufficient to date, as has the in-house training. Once again, we recommend hiring experts to ensure the ongoing training and support that we believe is missing. Would you please tell us how many hours of training have our teachers received in restorative practices this year? It's our understanding that it was one 3-hour block where restorative practices was one of several programs presented during that 3-hour block. You know, restorative practices gives us a tremendous opportunity to influence the lives of at-risk students. Is it not worth the investment to provide a really effective implementation of restorative practices? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Ms. Pat Fling?
Pat Fling here? Okay, the next two speakers are Leslie Walball and Carol Mitchell. Ms. Walball is not here? Ms. Mitchell?
I'm here.
I'm sorry,
morning.
before you began, did you say she went to? Oh, she left, okay. I just wanted to afford her the time if she came back, okay.
My name is Carol Mitchell. I'm here with FAST. Good morning, board members and Superintendent Greco. Well, we all agree on one thing, that restorative practices have the ability to transform our schools. And in other districts, we're aware that this program has been helped along by teachers getting trained by experts and the monthly coaching and support that individuals are trained in formal restorative conferences. We're not aware that all of these things have been done in this district. It was interesting to hear the presentation this morning about restorative practices, and apparently we just haven't had the opportunity to get the information that we needed. One thing that I heard, or I may have misunderstood, that after an incident, there is no part of restorative practices, which I think is not correct. The whole thing is to bring people together even after a problem to see what the problem was and how everyone can work together to avoid future problems. So we feel that the priority is to help our children and to properly implement restorative practices. And whatever information we have, it is not that this has been fully implemented with fidelity. Thank you very much.
Our final two speakers today are Sarah Rice and Avis Lemon. Ms. Rice?
Thanks. My name is Sarah Rice. I'm here as a member of FAST. I am a mentor for a first grader in a reading program in the South End. Chairperson Flowers, thank you so much for your service. I wanted to mention that particularly. We have visited these meetings many times, as you know. And first, I'd like to thank Eileen Long for meeting with us some weeks ago and for bringing restorative practices to the discussion at your last workshop. We also look forward to meetings being scheduled with Dr. Carr, with Mrs. Kane, and with Chairperson Flowers. At one of your recent workshops, frustration was expressed over our concerns and demands for improved restorative practices implementation. We, too, are frustrated and concerned with some of the content of these conversations. So we want to be clear, and I'm here to mention a couple of points. We support your efforts to provide teachers in the district introductory training on restorative practices, and we celebrate that. We are genuinely grateful that the district has begun this implementation process, and we support this effort. However, what has been done to date is not enough if we want this program to work in the way it is supposed to work. We know this based on research, based on visits to other districts who are implementing the program, and we know this based on feedback that we are hearing from our teachers here and our students here. Our concern is that restorative practices are not being implemented entirely with full fidelity. We are hearing this from teachers here, our teachers. The second point is we are recommending that you build off of the training that has already been provided. We, of course, are not asking you to throw away the time and money already invested in our teachers and schools. We're not asking you to stop what you're doing already in the schools, of course. We are genuinely grateful and would like this implemented fully in 10 schools.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much.
Mhm.
Good morning or good afternoon. I think we are about 12 o'clock now.
It's lunchtime.
I am here with FAST, but I am on a mission I know that in this house there are fathers, there are mothers, there are educators, and leaders of this community who have worked tirelessly to help our children. And we are putting in, but we are not getting out. You are all putting in, but not getting out what you really want to see in the children in this community. I am an intercessor, and I pray for my group, and I pray for children and teachers covering schools and so on. The other morning I was interceding on what God showed me in Malachi 4, verse 5 and 6, was that he would send the spirit of Elijah to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to the father. And I looked in it very strong because he's showing me that without the power of God, all the efforts that is being put into these children will not be able to turn the children from the rebellious children. It said the rebellious children to wisdom and to the just. So we're going to have to go back to the Creator, the Word from the Creator, to get the wisdom and the knowledge of Elijah to minister to these children. I just want to give it to you as the Lord has given to me. And I thank you. We are fathers, we are educators, we are community leaders, we are mothers. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well said. What a way to close out that part of the discussion. Well said. I'm going to ask Ms. Wright and Mr. Puth to come up because I do know that there have been several meetings that Ms. Wright has had with FAST, to include some with me. I do know that FAST has asked to meet with the MST specialist, and I know Ms. Jonquetta, and I know that her information has been provided. So I will ask them just to kind of clarify on that. But before you speak, I do want to say this. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming. Some individuals have left, and I want to thank you all for coming. I will say this with the most positive thought in mind. The way that we are communicating now is so much better than the way that we used to communicate. So I do want to thank you for that, because it is more with us on one accord, working towards the same end. So I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for those of you that are grandparents. You're on your second tour of duty, because we do understand we have aunts and uncles and grandparents that are raising that next group for whatever reason or circumstance. And so you find yourself thrust yet again into the goal of being a parent again. And so I want to thank you for that, because that takes a commitment. You should be enjoying vacationing and all of that stuff, but you think it not robbery to be a guardian ad litem for some of our foster children and things of that nature. So I want to thank you for that. But I also want to say that I think conversations are what brings about change. And while we may not always say the same thing the same way, it appears as though our goal is the same, and that is to make sure that our students, when they are in our care for 7.5 hours out of the day, that they are learning. And the only way they can learn is for them to be in their seats, to be open to the environment that's around them, for our teachers to be very creative as it relates to how that information is being presented to our students, and for us to look at the fact that we all come from different cultures, different backgrounds, different perspectives, and what may be something that is considered normal in my home may not be the way that people communicate with each other, or the way that that family structure is in another home. And so when our students are coming to our schools, they're bringing all of these things. And educating our students is nowhere near where it was when I was in school, or maybe even my parents. It has taken on so many different components and facets, providing clothing, providing food, providing mental health services, washing clothes, drying clothes, tutorial services, mentoring programs. By the way, if any of you all are not a mentor, please see Valerie Brim and sign up before you leave, because we could use more. Lunch Pal programs. It's just so much that we're trying to do to embrace our students and let them know that they are in a caring and nurturing environment. However, there are expectations as it relates to discipline and what is expected of them when it comes to them coming into our school environment. So I just wanted to say that. I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank you for your heartfelt notations here. Thank you for acknowledging that the district is moving forward. But I would like for Ms. Pat Wright and Mr. Puth to kind of talk about the meetings that we have had. I don't know for Ms. Metz, I don't know if you know the name of whomever the persons are that are assigned, that FAST, I think, has assigned to be the members that attend our meetings. but we need to maybe have a dialogue about why they're not bringing back all of the latest information and the forward movement, the integration of services, and some of the things that we talk about at those meetings, because those are very, very critical meetings where a lot of information is shared. And if those two persons aren't bringing it back, then maybe FAST needs to maybe look at two other people who will in fact get back with the group. I don't know that they aren't or are, but it seems like some information is missing, so.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. And certainly let me reiterate some of the things that you've already said. And again, I appreciate and welcome the zeal with which FAST is approaching the restorative practices in our district. Certainly, we also have that same zeal and that same earnest fervor to make this movement something that's going to impact our academic prowess, our achievement of our students, keep our schools safe, have an environment that's conducive for learning, and that continues to push our students and our staff forward. With that being said, yes, we do have a quarterly meeting wherein that's been taking place for about 4 or 5 years, that we discuss disciplinary concerns and just things that are happening about our district, and we welcome input. On that committee, we have Dr. Manuel Sykes and Reverend Ken Irby, who are both members of FAST, whereas they may not be the representatives. So certainly, if you would like to have two persons that would be invited to those meetings, we certainly invite those, and I welcome those.
My best picture or my best foot forward. But they've got 40 schools there, and I have to say that in our conversations with them, they're the same as us. There's a continuum of schools and where they are in implementation, and to believe that it's not, I think is a misconception in itself. So what I suggest, what I recommend is they dig a little deeper, because maybe one visit isn't enough to show that this is exactly what's happening, and if you do just this, this this will be your outcome every chance. And we firmly disagree that the pilot model is. It would not speed up our implementation process at all if we backed off all of our schools and said, we're going to fund 10 schools on a full implementation, which is their term. Where we are right now, we can do the 120 school model the same time frame as we can do the 10 school model. It would make absolutely no sense to do that. It may give us less schools we have to visit and support, and a lot of people are right. There are some schools that have embraced it more than others, but it's unacceptable for us to leave anybody off the hook or off, period. We expect everybody to grow and excel, and we're committed to providing whatever support is necessary to build that capacity within them. There was a comment made, and I really do appreciate the speakers that came today. I gleaned a lot from them, and there were a lot of things said that I think resonated, but there were some that I just want to clarify. One was that there was comments made about restorative practices in place of a disciplinary consequence. And that's not accurate. There are in our code of conduct, there are some things that students do, behaviors that they exhibit, that warrant a consequence beyond a restorative nature. That's not to say that there's not a restorative component when the consequence is over, but I don't see us ever getting to a stage where any disciplinary action that happens at a school is addressed solely by a restorative approach. There are some things that require a consequence. There were some comments about solid implementation over time and in our restorative practices present form. And I just want to assure the board that our present form is what they've requested, that we stick tightly to the International Institute for Restorative Practices and their approach to restorative practices, because there are others out there. But we've committed to IIRP, and we have regular consultation with them. As a matter of fact, as early as just the week before last. And these are hour-and-a-half conversations with them, going through our plans and their recommendations for next steps and following up with us. So, when they say in its present form, that's the present form that IIRP is telling us to follow. The only thing else I'd like to say is there were several comments about a St. Pete Times article, and I usually don't reference articles, but we do refute that. There has never been any recommendation or directives to any school to suppress referral. It is our expectation as area superintendents that if a teacher has an issue in the classroom where they need to refer a student beyond what they can address in the classroom, that it is addressed by an administrator. And anything to the contrary, we would address with that principal specifically. But that is not anything that has been promoted or, in our opinion and belief, has any connection with the data that we've been seeing as it related to our positive intervention behavior plan.
And as with any craft, any practice, the more you do it, the better you hone it. And that's what we do every time we have restorative practices. We talk about it all the time. Conversations are continuous. We know that it is not a one and done, that there are opportunities for teachers and staff to also engage in the training. We have extended it to, I don't know if we already said this or not, but as an overview, a high-level overview with our bus drivers, knowing that they engage with students daily. Also with the cafeteria staffs, knowing that we extend and spread this practice of being restorative in our interactions with each other and especially with our students. And so we have offerings of trainings. We onboard our new teachers with the Embrace Pinellas. And every school, as he's already said, is equipped with a certified trainer who continues to engage in training, who meets with our MTSS specialists at the district level, who to continue to sharpen that saw, if you will, to be able to come back to staffs and talk about things about how you have a more restorative academic classroom, academic practices that are restorative, and also just how that in a simple interaction. And as an anecdote, let me just share, if I could, for 30 more seconds, that we visit schools quite a bit. Just the other day, I was in a school and doing a classroom observation, standing in the back, and the teacher gave the boys, 2 elementary boys, the instruction was to go over to the bins, grab your whiteboards or your clipboards, and then move back to your space. And so I'm standing in the back of the classroom, and certainly as boys would do, little boys, you know, they're so rambunctious. They ran over to the bin, and they each at the same time grabbed the whiteboard. And so I watched them in a tug of war. I said, "Mine, I got it first, I got it first, I got it first." I stood back, nobody engaged, just watched them. And they finally just said, "Okay, let's resolve this by rock, paper, scissors." There was no, anger. There was no tussle. They resolved it themselves in a fair process, a term for restorative practices, in an engaging way that left them whole, left them intact, reserved their dignity. They went about their work, and their day continued.
He is a trainer.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct, and
Reverend
he's
Kirby is a
trained.
certified trainer. So
Yeah.
is Trinia Cox.
Yeah.
When we began this work, we trained initially 12 folk, and 2 of the people that we trained were from the community. So Trinia Cox and Ken Irby were among the initial trainers, trained persons.
And they've done training for
Yes.
our district
Yeah.
voluntarily on their part. Just in conclusion, I would like to say that the speakers today, it was obviously that they're becoming more and more informed on restorative practices, and I think that's a great appreciation, and hopefully they're going to share some of that knowledge with their constituents and community. One thing I would recommend, though, because they reference safe and saner schools and the model that we're using, if you take a look at the training we did the first year, it is identical to safe and saner schools. The second year, if they go back into the research that they've been doing, the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 interventions that safe and saner schools have only start training with the selective group the second year. And so when they're referencing the amount of training we're doing with individual teachers, if you compound that by the work that we are doing with the train-the-trainer that's in the building every day to support teachers, I think it's not only comparable. I think it's a stronger approach than what happens after the first year with the program that they have in their pilot programs.
Thank you. And again, I think this was just good dialogue, good conversation, to have individuals from the community sharing, from FAST sharing their concerns, their desires, certainly staff demonstrating what we're doing on a district level, all of us agreeing that this is a work in progress, and we will continue to move forward because we see that it is assisting our scholars as well as our staff. So I want to thank everybody for the time that we all took to have this dialogue and conversation on today. And I do look forward to meeting with you guys. Before we adjourn and have our.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
May I ask
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Before it gets lost in the conversation, I asked a parent from Nelson Elementary School to connect with Lynn Mowat. Lynn, if you could raise your hand, please. Thank you.
Yes.
If you two could connect. I appreciate you being here, too. I apologize for getting lost
And
there. Thank you.
Before we end today, I want to give my last quote as chair, and it is, "All that we are is the result of what we have thought. The mind is everything. What we think we shall become." Again, it's been my pleasure to serve. We got a in the back, and I will move my seat. No. Yeah, Pat's got to leave.
All right. Good. So we ready? We're ready? Okay. I want to call this this organizational meeting of the School Board of Pinellas County, Florida, this 12th day of November 2019 at 1:25 p.m. This meeting is called pursuant to Section 1001.371 of the Florida statutes for the purpose of organizing a school board for the election of a chair and a vice chair. I would like to ask Ms. Wright, I knew you back there, thank you, Ms. Wright, to give a thought of the day, for the day, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Very
So
good.
Ms. Wright, if we want to stand.
Good afternoon. I've heard it said that leadership is not a position or a title. It is an action, an example. It is my privilege to share a mini reading today about just that, the action and example of our school board. I've been doing some research and I looked to find the words that would help me aptly describe the assets of our great school board. The roles and responsibilities are diverse and unique, calls for a range of knowledge on the topics of which they speak. Each member brings his or her own experience to the school board seat as they endeavor to attend to the needs of a huge district, not an easy feat. Setting the vision and goals for the district direction, adopting policies that ensure our protection, hiring and evaluating the superintendent, working with politicians and proposing amendments, managing the collective bargaining process, adopting and overseeing an annual budget that daily seems to become less and less, attending board meetings and board workshops, balancing a load in a job that is nonstop, approving the school calendar, adopting curriculum, receiving contracts bid from those who vend, breaking new ground, overseeing new construction, new endeavors, end on end. On top of all that, they take a personal interest in education to ensure that it exceeds every expectation. Visiting schools, events, and celebrations, engaging with students, and attending graduations. Academic achievement for all is the best for 100% student success. Our schools collectively are joined in like mind. A comparable camaraderie is difficult to find. We have unprecedented dedication from Chair Renee Flowers, who spends her time supporting our schools and giving countless hours. Board member Carol Cook, the seasoned member on the team, brings a level head of experience and practicality to the scene. Board member William Dudley, better known as Coach, has a genuine jovial spirit that makes him easy to approach. Board member Lisa Kane gives us a fresh look through the lens of the arts. Her cultural expertise enlightens our hearts. Board member Joanne Lentino turns up around the district at events and school shows, displaying a keen interest in what our teachers and scholars know. Board member Eileen Long, who is community and civically concerned, is the consummate teacher who recognizes there's so much more to be learned. Board member Dr. Nicole Carr brings an analytical view and a critical eye, two such gifts on which the board has come to rely. What makes our school board great, you might venture a guess? It is a collaboration of the right folk who are all focused on our district's success. May you be blessed in this new year of organization as you lead Pinellas County Schools Board of Education.
All right. Very good.
I pledge for our flag.
Hey.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Patricia, that was
Oh,
great.
that was beautiful.
That was great.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Boy. Pat, and you said you didn't want to do that. I expect that of all of staff members on Monday, if you could create that. And You don't have to be as polite. That would be an interesting one. Except for me, right. Okay. So the business at heart, I will now open the floor for nominations for the chair of this school board.
I would like to nominate Carol Cook to be chair, please.
Sorry. Yeah, you guys raise your hand, it would be helpful. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, where are the buttons?
It
Shows up here. Okay, you did push it, Grego. That's why you okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
All right, Ms. Carol Cook has been nominated for chair. Are there other nominations?
Yeah, I'd like to be vice chair.
This is for chair at this time? We'll get to vice chair. So are there other nominations for chair? We'll get to vice chair.
I move that nominations be closed.
Okay, hearing no further nominations, I now close the nominations for chair. All those in favor of Mrs. Carol Cook signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Ms. Cook, you definitely have a majority of votes, so congratulations as you will serve as chair.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I will go in order. I will open the floor for nominations of vice chair. Dr. Grego? Or Ms. Flowers?
I'd like to nominate Ms. Eileen Long.
Eileen Long has been nominated as vice chair. Are there other nominations? Dr. Carr?
I was going to nominate Eileen Long.
Okay. Are there other nominations?
We can share. We're sharing in the nomination.
Lentino.
Joanne Lentino has been nominated for vice chair. Are there other nominations? Hearing no further nominations, I now close the nominations for vice chair. We'll take them in the order that they were nominated. All those in favor of Mrs. Eileen Long signify by saying aye or raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Are you voting?
I'm sorry.
4. I wasn't trying to sway. I was just thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 votes. Ms. Long has the majority of the votes and will serve as vice chair. Congratulations. So I will vacate this seat and have the chair and vice chair work the rest of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Do we go right into the next, or do they need another break? Yeah, but, okay. Where's the paper? Dr. Grego took the paper. He's notorious.
I left it right here.
Yeah, he took it. Mhm.
Can I get my chair?
Okay. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will move. Yeah, it's here. We got it. That's for the next one. Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. All right. We have consent agenda item number 1. Request approval of the schedule of the regular school board meetings occurring from December 2019 through November of 2020. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. I'm not, Dr. Grego, do you want to introduce this, or shall I just go forward with it? Okay. We all received the dates and everything prior to at a workshop, and we were able to go it. So we would be looking at just the board meetings, not the workshop portion of it, okay?
Carol, I pushed my light.
Yeah. Okay.
Just want to make sure that I had discussion about our meetings that would occur outside of the district. So was that included?
They are,
It
I
is? Okay,
believe.
all
Let
right.
me
just-
double check.
Thank you.
They're included. There's a meeting was requested at Lakewood High
Mhm.
School and a meeting,
One at
thank you, Bill,
Tarpon.
and a meeting at Tarpon Springs.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
meeting at Lakewood will be on February 25th at 5 p.m. and There's also a
April
meeting
28th for
April
Tarpon
28th.
Springs.
Thank you, sir.
What's
Okay.
that?
2 days before his birthday.
Remind us, we'll get
Right.
something.
So those are listed
Yes.
on our official
And you also,
draft that's been
you also
proposed.
see the reflected change of the start times for the workshops at 9:30. So those were the requests of the board last workshop.
Right.
So this, outside of that, the schedule is identical to the workshop that we provided. Thank you very much for reminding me of those two. We did firm up both. Both schools and principals are extremely excited about having their new construction, some in phase with Lakewood, but Tarpon too. So this is good. This
Okay.
is good. Thank you.
Great. Okay, well, I'm assuming there are no speakers from the public on this?
There are no
All
speakers
right.
for this item.
All righty, so we
There's no
have a
public
motion.
back there.
That's right.
They are the public.
They're no public.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the schedule of the regular board meetings occurring from December 2019 through November 2020. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, say no. Well, those are our official dates now. Thank you very much. And with that, we adjourn this portion of the meeting, or this meeting. And we will move into, do we immediately go into the second, or do they need more time? Okay, so now we immediately go into the next meeting. Let me find it here out of the stack of papers. Pardon? This is the one for the officers of the Leasing Corporation, and I'm looking for that. That's why I couldn't find it. Thank you. All righty. I'm going to call the meeting of the Pinellas County Pinellas School Board Leasing Corporation. I'm calling that meeting to order now. And our new business is to elect the officers. And if I am correct, it is the chairman and vice chair that are automatically the officers. So nominations will not be necessary, but I will take a motion if anyone is willing. Approval for the chair and vice chair to serve, new chair and vice chair to serve as the officers of the Leasing Corporation. Okay, and you second it? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any conversation? This will be the fastest meeting in history. All in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed say no. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
typically